I welcome all of you this afternoon to a very important virtual international summit in collaboration with MSME, Government of India, on livestock, aquaculture, and poultry with focus on Northeast India. Friends, I extend very hearty welcome to Mrs. Mercy Appao, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India, and look forward to hear to her keynote address today. I have pleasure to welcome colleague from CCK Calcutta, Ms. Melinda Pavlik, Excellency and Consul General, U.S. Consulate at Calcutta. With her colleague at the Ministry of the U.S. Embassy, Mr. Ron Wendock. I have another colleague from CCK Calcutta, Excellency Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner, Calcutta. Welcome, Mr. Excellency. Friends, we have three very important state government representatives, very eminent people. Dr. T.K. Devnath, IAS, Government of Tripura. Mr. G.H.P. Raju, IPS, Government of Meghalaya. Mr. Hage Tari, IOFS, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. I welcome you all. Friends, animal husbandry, aquaculture, and livestock sectors are critical for livelihood, economic development, better nutrition for its citizen in any country, more so India, which possesses one of the largest livestock wealth in the world. Agriculture has touched, after a few years in the current year, 20% of the GDP of the country, and a quarter of the agriculture GDP is contributed by the livestock sector. Pork, fish, eggs, meat, and milk form part of the staple food of the people of the Northeast India, and per capita consumption is higher than rest of the country. Poultry farming and pig rearing also provide gainful employment. However, these are largely confined to backyard rearing, and commercialization has yet to make a dent in this region. There is a growing demand for all such items due to increasing per capita income, urbanization, and change in lifestyles and food habits. Much of this demand is met by import from other states, as well as from import from Myanmar. Aquaculture is developing quickly in most of the northeastern states because of high demand for fish in the region. High rate of literacy and increased evidence demonstrating the health benefits of eating fish. Demand for fish is also increasing fast in such areas which have low consuming states. Hence, it is important that policymakers recognize the future demand for fish and make appropriate plan to meet the expected demand. Northeastern states also have enormous water resources that are appropriate for aquaculture. Friends, in the last few decades, consumption of livestock in Western countries have increased many times more than increase in population. Such trend is likely to be quite prominent in Northeast. Besides, there have been large changes in how agriculture is practiced, particularly in Western countries. In the USA, I believe the number of people employed in production in agriculture fell from over 40% in 1900 to less than 2% in 20 century later. There is a lack of advanced technology, inadequate cold storage facilities and processing equipment at the farm as well as at production level, which act as a major constraint in enabling this sector to take a quantum jump in production and productivity. Considering all these factors, ICC, the nodal chamber for the northeastern states, strongly felt that a big and strong platform is required for all stakeholders to share knowledge, technology, and provide market linkage. The main objective of the summit is strengthening forward-backward linkages, modernization of processing technology, cold chain logistics, capacity building, research and development, fostering innovation and market development in the dairy, livestock, poultry, and fishery sectors. Friends, Government of India has come out with a lot of incentives and promotional scheme. Many of the states in the northeastern, yes, have also developed their own schemes to promote and incentivize such ventures. Besides the inaugural session, we have experts in two very technical sessions with learned and experienced panelists. We have experts from US, Canada, Australia, UK, principal scientists of three different sectors from ICAR, Anuppur State, our friend Dr. Prem Uppal, whose advice was important to organize this event, and finally my colleague and friend, Mr. Subhash Bhattacharya. I welcome you all this afternoon once again. We look forward to a very engaging and fruitful afternoon wherein definite guidelines will emerge for our planners, policy makers, and entrepreneurs to take full advantage of the opportunity for rapid development and growth of these sectors in Northeast region. Friends, today's event is not a day event. ICC look forward to continue to engage with our foreign partners and with each of the state of Northeast in sustained and most productive manner. I welcome all the delegates who have joined us today and our friends from the media. With these words, I again extend my heartiest welcome to all of you. Thank you very much. Ishanta, back to you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. M.K. Saharia, for your welcome remarks. Now, may I request Mrs. Marcy Ipao, Joint Secretary, Minister of MSME, Government of India, to kindly deliver the keynote address, please.
Very good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're from. I'm very happy to be a part of this virtual session the Indian Chamber of Commerce has organized. And so I congratulate the ICC for bringing out this wonderful, very required and needed summit for this sector. MSME, as you know, is a multi-sectorial ministry, and so livestock, aquaculture, and poultry also falls under MSME ambit. And we know that these other sectors, which are the low-hanging fruit, particularly when we talk about the northeastern region, unfortunately, in spite of the conducive, favorable weather condition that we have there and plenty of natural resources which are favorable to grow our livestock, we know that the potential has not been leveraged to this day. And I'm very happy that ICC saw the need and brought all these expert panelists today to discuss and also to bring up a roadmap for poultry industry in Northeast India. And so with this, I would like to really congratulate. As for the Northeast, our speaker, Sri Saharia, has already given a very good picture of the NER region. And so I will not go back into what NER is all about. But I know that as you deliberate today and then listen to the many experts who would also help us, I hope entrepreneurs from the NER are listening and will also take note, and also not only hear and understand from the experts, but also visit the MSME website, because we have several programs and schemes that you can access and build up your enterprise. We are here to handhold and support, and also look forward to many more partnership, not only today, but also in so many other sectors that our NER region is blessed with. I hope we will be able to build a value chain ecosystem where, you know, our entrepreneurs will understand not only the need for the region, but also the global market system, and also will be able to export. We know that our NER is very close to ASEAN region, our eastern neighbors, and so there is a huge market there where we can leverage our resources there and then find market in the NER, in the ASEAN region. Under the international cooperation scheme of this ministry, we also sponsor entrepreneurs to go to some of the most popular fairs and exhibitions, and this sector also. So I hope the entrepreneurs from the NER will be able to participate. Please join us. Please visit our website and then see how best we can also sponsor you, handhold you, and support you so that you become a champion in this sector. There are other very important schemes that we run. One is, of course, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. And this year, we have revised the guidelines, and Piggery is a new addition, which is specific only for the NER region. And so I know that this is going to benefit the Northeastern region, and we thank the government for including this sector in our PMEGP as well. MSCCDP Cluster Development Program can be taken up for aquaculture, livestock, or poultry. So if any entrepreneurs are interested for that, we can also help you. And another scheme is a scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industries, and entrepreneurship. It's called Aspire, and it's an incubation center where technologies required are also put there. And so I hope our NER people will access those as well. And we have one specific scheme, which is called Promotion of MSMEs in the Northeastern region. So under this, any development that is required, whatever gap anybody feels, they can also approach us, and we are there to help you. Capacity building, we have several schemes running capacity building trainings. And so if there is a need to especially build the capacities for poultry, livestock, or aquaculture, you can write to us, and then we can engage the concerned institute which is giving such capacity buildings and skilling. We can engage them, pay for them, and they can also get skilling and build up the capacity. Another important schemes that we have here is the Special Credit Linked Capital Subsidy Scheme called CLCS. And this is mainly for the SCs and STs, and we know that there is a huge population of SCs and STs there in the NER. The government is giving 25% of subsidy, and the maximum limit of 1 crore is being extended. And so if any of these entrepreneurs who are into these three sector that we are discussing today, if any of you would like to access this, I think this is also a very good program that you can leverage. And as you deliberate today with the experts, I hope you bring out a very good roadmap where our NER people will be able to have a developed ecosystem, the whole value chain, being developed because of today's deliberation. So I thank the ICC once again, and I thank all the experts, panelists who are there to contribute, to help. And I hope this will not be just the end, a one-day affair, but I hope it will be a beginning of many, many more partnership where we can meet together, network together, and address the gaps, and then help these sectors to come up in the NER region. So with this, I congratulate the ICC and welcome all the participants, and I look forward to having a roadmap after today's deliberation. Thank you and namaskar.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Marcia Paul, for your keynote address. Now, may I request Her Excellency, Mrs. Melinda Pavik, Consul General, U.S. Consulate General, Kolkata, to kindly address.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Saharia, Ms. Epau, Dr. Malik, Mr. Lowe, Dr. Debnath, Mr. Raju, Mr. Tari, honored panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here today to kick off this important summit on livestock, aquaculture, and poultry at a time when our global supply chain for food is evolving so rapidly. Though I did not grow up on a farm myself, both of my parents did. And I spent many weeks of my childhood on my grandparents' farms in Minnesota, doing the things that one does on a farm, collecting eggs from the chicken coop, bottle feeding the baby calves, milking the cows, helping to bale the hay and gather it into the barn for the winter. Those experiences helped me to understand the connection between the food my family often purchased at the grocery store and the work of my grandparents. Those memories remain very deeply meaningful to me. As Mr. Saharia noted, things in the United States in agriculture have changed significantly, even since my childhood. The connection that many Americans feel to where and how their food is produced has changed quite a bit since then, with fewer American children having a direct connection to farming, as smaller, diversified family farms have given way to larger corporate farming that relies more and more on technology. Those larger farms have dramatically improved the efficiency of the industry and have provided the ability to feed a constantly growing global population. So I want to say thank you to everyone who does the work to feed everyone in the world. It is so important. And while I recognize the benefits of the way things are done now, the child in me finds the disconnection between food production and food consumption a little bit sad. And I hope that emerging movements trying to reconnect us with animals and community gardens will help to rebuild that connection. But I am not the US government expert on this topic. And so I had hoped to have the honor of introducing Mr. Ron Verdonk to deliver remarks today. He is sadly, I think, having some technical difficulties. So at this stage, I don't see him on the call as a panelist yet. So I think he's trying to resolve those issues. I don't want to delay everyone. So I will do a quick introduction of him and his office, and then perhaps we can move on. And when he's able to come on to the call after he's resolved his issues, I hope we can add him back into the program. So my apologies for that. But Ron is the Minister Counselor for Agricultural Affairs for the US Mission in India, and he is based at our embassy in New Delhi. He has also spent his summers working on family farms in Michigan and Canada as he was growing up. He has worked in international agriculture for the US government in South Korea, Iraq, Egypt, Dubai, Brazil, and Cameroon. So he has great experience in agriculture around the world. I would also like to commend his team for the wonderful frequently asked questions page that they maintain on the embassy website. It provides a great deal of information that's useful to farmers, fishers, and food producers in India, and I would strongly recommend it as a resource. The mission of Ron's office is to represent the interests of U.S. agriculture and assist exporters of American agricultural products in assessing and developing markets in the nations of India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. And the office also aids Indian importers to find US suppliers for needed agricultural products. So thank you so much for bringing this summit together. Thank you so much for the great work that you all do to feed everyone in the Northeast and beyond. And I do hope that Ron is able to resolve his technical issues in order to come on and make some more subject matter expert remarks. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency, Mrs. Melinda Perfect. We'll wait for Mr. Ron Verdong to connect us, and once he gets
Mr.
connected,
Rong, I would like to interrupt in between Mr. Sobapantiji. Mr. Ron here joined as a delegate. Can I request Mr. Debabrata Roy, can you shift him to speaker?
Yeah, just
Mr.
I'm doing.
Debar?
Just
Yeah.
I'm doing.
Mr. Ron has joined as a delegate. Can you shift him?
Shanta, like the Consul General said, can we move on
yes,
and then we join us
yes,
whenever it's ready, the technical hitch is sorted out.
certainly, certainly, certainly. So, may I request His Excellency, Mr. Nick Law, British Deputy High Commissioner, to kindly address. His Excellency, Mr. Nick Law.
Can you
am I
hear
audible?
me?
Yes, you are audible.
You're, am I, or sorry, this is Nick Lowe talking. Am I audible? It appears not. Oh dear. Let me see
Yes,
what I.
Nick, we can hear you.
Melinda, that is music to my ears, but you can't see me, can you? And let me now see if I can work out how to switch my camera on. And I fear I can't. No, and I put my best tie on. Well, look, rather than mess up the running order anymore, I will fiddle with the screen, but I'll also start talking. And I'm sorry that my lack of technical ability is. Oh, hang on. What have I found here? I think I may have found the camera. Hey. There you go. Well, I can see me. Can you see me?
No, we can't see you.
Oh dear. Well, which may be no bad thing, to be honest. I do. Follow preview only, it says.
Yes, sir. Check your
So how do I get it
videos,
on?
sir. Yeah.
Let me just.
So right, sir, in the mute, start video is option there. You just check from there, sir.
Okay, let me, because all I've got on my little screen is the microphone symbol. I can't see the camera symbol. And
May I suggest you continue your presentation? We can hear you are very much
okay.
and at a later stage we'll get it here.
All right. Okay. Well, thanks, right. Let's start this properly, shall we? Namaskar, namaste, namaskara, salam alaikum. Very good afternoon to all friends and colleagues in India. Thank you so much for the Indian Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to speak to you this afternoon. I think inevitably presentation is going to be a little bit fact heavy. Personally, I love statistics. But there is no need for anyone listening to sit frantically trying to scribble all of this down. Those of you who want the facts I'm about to give you, they're readily available. Just get in touch with us or get in touch with ICC and we'll very happily pass them to you. I think this is the perfect time for this seminar. I really do. It's almost a house joke in my ministry that whenever you write a telegram about a ministerial visit, you say it's timely. No one has ever written a telegram to tell the minister he came at the wrong time. But this one seriously is timely because, as all of you will know from reading the newspapers, the United Kingdom and India are engaged in negotiating a free trade agreement. And I think both sides are very keen that agricultural products are part of that free trade agreement. We know from many years of experience that free trade in agricultural products can be very sensitive. One of the most difficult things to get agreement on, but our experience increasingly is that this is win-win territory. I mean, let me give you one little example about that. If I've got a UK investor wanting to sell cakes and biscuits into the Indian market, are they going to manufacture them in the UK, transport them by sea halfway around the world to India? Of course they're not. They may do some initial importing just to see if the Indian market likes the product. And if the Indian market does like the products, and I'm sure it would do, the next thing to do would be to set up a production facility in India because of the size of the market. And clearly, eggs and flour to make cakes and biscuits are not going to be sent from the UK halfway across the world to do that. Eggs will be bought from Indian producers. So that's just one little example where I think a free trade agreement that may initially raise eyebrows in India and, well, what's this going to mean? It's going to hurt our market. It won't. I don't think it will at all. I think it will actually increase the Indian market. And in working with the UK, you'll be working with world-class agricultural and agri-tech partner. One of the little-known corollaries of having had an empire is that livestock, which was developed across various parts of the UK, spread all around the world to an extent that I think very few people are aware of. I mean, you think New Zealand and agriculture, what do you think of? Sheep, you know, New Zealand lamb, known all around the world. All of those sheep originally came from the United Kingdom. They are of the same breed. And rather like Ron, my American colleague, who'll come up very shortly, I've done an agricultural job in Brazil. And so much of Brazil, the world's largest beef producer, so much of their livestock originated in the UK too. So in terms of animal genetics, we've not only got a very good offer, but we've got an offer that is warmly welcomed in various parts of the world. Now, as Melinda said, the world population continues to rise. We're told 8.6 billion by 2030, which is salutary because I was in Bangladesh not 10 years ago on the day when the United Nations reckoned the world population passed 7 million. And you know, within little more than 15 years, there's another 1.6 billion mouths that will need feeding. So we do need to increase production across the range of agriculture. And as the world gets richer, as it will do, as per capita incomes go up, that is going to hasten the current transition we're seeing towards eating more and more meat. So let me tell you something about the UK livestock industry, our poultry industry, and our aquaculture industry. And I say this without any sense of being in competition with Melinda and Ron, because the world is a big, big place and there is plenty of room for free and freer trade with all of us. Let us start by taking a little look at some livestock in that case. It's several years since I did the agriculture job in Brazil, and I've been heartened to see, looking at the figures here, that the value of the UK's livestock sector has doubled over the last 17 years. So although we hear a lot around agriculture no longer being a big employer in advanced economies, it ain't true. It's doubled in its value between 2000 and 2017, and it creates employment for almost 500,000 people, including farmers and families in the UK. As you'll be aware, the United Kingdom is no longer a member of the European Union, but I'm going to compare us against former European Union partners. We have Europe's largest sheep industry, sheep and lamb production. number 2 in poultry, and number 4 in cattle and calves. So as I said, the sheep industry is the biggest in Europe, one of the biggest in the world, in fact. And we continue to shape sheep production at an international level. The Romney breed from the county of Kent in the United Kingdom absolutely dominates New Zealand sheep industry. Poultry is another area where the UK claims, with a lot of justification, to be a world leader in vital areas like animal welfare, advanced husbandry, and the use of sustainable and ethical production methods, which are increasingly demanded by consumers, not only in the UK and in Europe, but in countries all around the world. The United Kingdom market share of free range products from the poultry industry is around about 48%. And that's a very interesting reflection of something that is driven by consumers. Free range we define as where the chickens and other poultry spend the vast majority of their life roaming outdoors rather than being confined in a small pen within a building. Organic is another significantly growing sector in the UK, particularly in egg production. We estimate we've got about 3.2 million hens and chickens that are being produced organically on UK farms at the moment. If you have a big livestock industry, inevitably you'll have a big animal feed industry, and the UK animal feed industry is highly advanced and produces 13.5 million tonnes of feed per year for all farm animal species. Around about 5 million tonnes of that are produced directly for poultry. This is a big export industry, and for those of you who are interested in finding out more about the very high quality and commercially competitive animal feeds and animal supplements coming out of the UK, do get in touch with us. We'll be delighted to talk to you. Dairy, I mentioned earlier, United Kingdom, one of the 10 largest milk producers in the world. It's around about 16% of all agricultural output in the UK is dairy. And the herd size of dairy cattle in the UK, 1.8 million heads of cattle, and that's 13.5 billion litres of milk a year. What I'd like to highlight here is innovation in the dairy industry, which is something that we're very interested in sharing with partner countries such as India. Universities and centres of excellence across the United Kingdom are involved in research and development across the dairy supply chain, veterinary and animal science to nanotechnology and food preservation. We've even got a dedicated dairy unit at one of our universities, at Harper Adams University College in Newport in South Wales. Wide areas of expertise: animal breeding equipment, reproduction technologies, animal care equipment, cattle management software, veterinary medicine projects, dairy processing, milking installation and milking partners, milking machines, accessories, and meat processing. And going on more broadly, one of the big features of the India UK 2030 roadmap that was agreed between the Honourable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Boris Johnson in May of last year was much higher levels of bilateral cooperation in areas of technology. So whether members of my audience are farmers and producers themselves, or whether they're in the business of research and development, do get in touch with us, because we're very interested in forming partnerships outside the core area of actually raising animals. So certainly academic tie-ups, research tie-ups, very interested in that. Let's take a little look at pork. I mean, my previous posting was in China. It's reckoned that more than a third of the world's pork is consumed in China, and indeed, pig meat is the most highly consumed meat in the world today. British pig industry is internationally competitive and produces outstanding breeding stock in a range of convenient, healthy, tasty, and safe pork and pork products. Genetics, far and away, is the first limiting factor in productivity, and the British industry has led the world in pig genetics through innovation and practical exploitation of quantitative and molecular genetics, and the emergence of success of world-renowned specialist pig breeding companies. Now, that increase in productivity in British pigs, and this is worth listening to, has been really spectacular over the last 40 years. Listen to this. The number of pigs produced per sow per year is up 50%. British pigs eating 33% less feed and are producing 33% more lean meat. How has that been achieved? That's been achieved through improved management, nutrition, health, and in particular, genetics. British pedigree pigs offer advantages of superior production traits that include fast growth, low food conversion, maximum lean meat, and unmatched sow productivity. Now, this is what I find particularly impressive. Antibiotics and growth promoters have been banned in my country for more than 30 years. All of you will be aware of the threat that we all face from antimicrobial resistance. It's thought in the world last year more than 1 million people died of opportunistic bacterial infections that turned out to be resistant to antibiotics. We have to get antibiotics out of the animal food chain. And when you source animal genetics from the United Kingdom, you can be guaranteed that is what you're doing. Let's have a little look at aquaculture now, because this was an area really where the United Kingdom wasn't competitive. When I went to Brazil back in 2000, I visited a number of Brazilian aquaculture projects who were looking for investors, and I had to sort of shrug my shoulders and say, beyond farming salmon in Scotland, it was something we just didn't do. Now, that has changed immensely in the interim. Aquaculture reckoned to be the prime source of seafood by the year 2030, and we believe that fish farming can provide livelihoods and feed a global population. And our own seafood industry, that's both aquaculture and fishing, is now worth over £10 billion a year. And well, you'll like this. The United Kingdom, were it still in the European Union, would be the major aquaculture producer. So on a European scale, we are number one in this field. They've got the technology to go with it. Renowned aquaculture related educational institutions, you'll find across the United Kingdom, got world-leading expertise in subsea engineering capability, in data and artificial intelligence, marine energy, genetics, nutrition, and vaccination. And I think there are a lot of opportunities for companies in the Northeast here to collaborate with us on hatchery technology, nutrition, health management, methods of delousing fish and combating disease that minimize the environmental impacts, and also solutions including sustainable land-based aquaculture systems like recirculating aquaculture systems. Now look, let me just round this all up, and apologies for bombarding you with statistics, but let me say a little bit about agriculture cooperation in the UK-India context. We think we are natural partners in agriculture. UK farmers and technology companies can support India's animal breeding objectives. In 2020, we were delighted to send off a shipment of 260 British pedigree pigs from a company called JSR Genetics. It's one of our largest pig genetics and pig farm specialists. They came to India. I mean, initially we wanted them to go to the northeast, but there were some issues with, I think it was swine flu in the northeast. So the pigs lived very happily in Punjab for a year or so, while we would like to see the veterinarians and farmers in the northeast of India sorted that out, and those pigs are now happily in northeast India and breeding very nicely. Genus Uk, another UK company, the world's leading provider of bovine genetics and reproduction services, it's been operating in India since 2010, and in 2017, Genus established the state-of-the-art dairy genetics facility near Pune in Maharashtra. Now, that facility is dedicated to the Indian dairy cattle and buffalo population, and will in turn improve India's milk production and the livelihood of millions of dairy farmers in India. Both of our governments, as I've said earlier, committed to working together to building a stronger trading relationship now that Britain's left the European Union, and we are free to negotiate a bilateral free trade agreement with India. And as our Indian interlocutors have told us many times in the past, This will be much quicker, much easier than dealing with a group of 27 countries, each of which will have their own special concerns. We are determined to make this happen. Our Indian colleagues, Mr. Goyal in particular, want to make this happen, and we're confident. If we don't get that agreement by the end of the year, then very, very shortly afterwards. Let me end up by just once again putting this focus back on animal health and welfare. They've been at the forefront of our policies in the UK and of our breeding programs. We think that is the single biggest factor in enabling us to drive forward sustainable intensification in the United Kingdom farming, where we offer a wide variety of production systems that can fit into many, many different environments. We're really, really keen to enhance our bilateral cooperation on animal husbandry, on cold storage, and on aquaculture with the states of the Northeast. Not only on the trade front, though we'd be absolutely delighted to trade with you, but also in sharing experience. If you would like to know more, I really hope you would like to know more, then simply get in touch with us. We're looking forward to hearing from you. So work out how to work the camera. Mr. Saharia, let me pass back to you with very, very many thanks for the invitation to join you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Now, may I request Mr. Ron Wardonk, Agriculture Minister Counselor, Foreign Agriculture Service, U.S. Department of Agriculture, to kindly address.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I don't know that you can see me, but I believe you can hear me, right?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so really appreciate the opportunity. And I want to thank, of course, our Consul General Pavic for introducing me, albeit a few minutes back, and then appreciated what the Deputy High Commissioner had to say with regard to British interests in the Indian market and what Britain may offer. I want to thank Pranjal and the team at the Indian Chamber of Commerce who have organized this conference on livestock and poultry in the Northeast states of India. I've been in India just over a year, and so I still have a lot to learn about the different subsectors of Indian agriculture, but I'm getting up to speed, as we say. And when it comes to the animal production sector, the focus of today's event, I have just a few observations to share. Today, India already has a robust livestock sector, especially when we consider milk production and the number of cattle in country. If we focus or look in particular at milk production, we see that the yields are low by international standards, but obviously with the number of water buffalo and dairy cattle, those numbers allow for an overall production level of milk that is the highest in the world. And then also too, if we look at the meat of some of this cattle, in particular the water buffalo, Cara beef, this is an important sector of the or subsector of the livestock economy, if you will. And I think today that when it comes to the export, the trade of red meat around the world, India, I believe, is up to the 5th largest exporter of meat, in particular of water buffalo. As the Deputy High Commissioner touched upon, we know that poultry production here in India again is quite significant. And I think when we compare India to poultry producers around the world, I think by most recent data, I think from 2020, India is the 5th largest producer of poultry internationally. And there's been impressive growth in poultry production, but without question, challenges remain. And for both dairy and poultry production, we believe that U.S. inputs can contribute to improved yields. Indeed, our office at the embassy has been regularly approached by Indian companies looking for quality animal genetics, and the US and India are currently negotiating market access for various animal feed ingredients. In this regard, I will say that we achieved bilateral agreement that will allow for US alfalfa hay to be imported into India starting a little bit later this year. And that's an input, that we believe can make a difference, especially in dairy production. And, we're obviously delighted to be able to supply this input for feed for dairy cattle. In terms of high quality genetics, the US is a leading global supplier for dairy, for swine, and poultry operations. The US government and our concerned industry will be happy to work with your livestock industry stakeholders to identify appropriate animal genetics suitable for Northeast India. The US is also a leading supplier of quality animal feed ingredients, which I touched upon just a minute back, including corn, soybeans, dried distiller grains with solubles, and soy meal. We are already working with the government of India on market access for these products, as I said, to help augment India's growing animal feed requirement. The US industry will be delighted to work with local industry here on capacity building activities for best animal nutrition practices in this region. The bottom line is that livestock and poultry production sectors are critical to better addressing India's perennial protein deficit. If we can make these segments of the agricultural economy more productive across the nation, including in the states of the Northeast, we can better ensure that the Indian population has access to more of the food products it needs. Thank you so much for the invitation, and I certainly hope that this is a most successful conference. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ron Verdonk, for your important deliberations. Now, may I request Dr. T.K. Devnath, Special Secretary, Animal Resource Development, Government of Tripura, to kindly address. I request all the speakers to stick on to the timeline given because we have got ample of speakers lined up. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. T.K. Devnath.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mohesh Kumar Saharia, Chairman, Northeastern Region, Indian Chamber of Commerce. Good afternoon, Mrs. Marcy Apau, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Good afternoon, Excellency Mrs. Melinda Pavek, Consul General, US Consulate General, Kolkata. Mr. Ron Verdonk, Agriculture Minister, Counselor, Foreign Agriculture Services, US Department of Agriculture, US Embassy, New Delhi. Excellency Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner, Kolkata. My colleague Mr. G.H.P. Raju, Principal Secretary, Animal Husbandry and Veterinary, Government of Meghalaya. My another colleague Mr. Ag Terry, Secretary, Trade and Commerce, Industry, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. Here, distinguished panelists and the scientists, officials, and the executive members of the ICC. First of all, I would like to convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to the organizer, the ICC, for arrangement of this excellent summit and your invitation to me and opportunity provided to speak. It is really, I am very much thankful. I convey my sincere thanks from my personal part as well as from the government of Tripura to the organizer. Here, or before I am going to the main point, I would like to talk about a few words about my state's geopolitical location. If we look into the world atlas and zoom it to our state, Tripura, it will be seen that it is a totally landlocked state and it is having the international border of more than 860 kilometers, wherein it is connected with our mainland with a narrow corridor of around 70 kilometers width only. So this is a great constraint for us. If we want to move to the nearest largest city, Kolkata, it takes 40 minutes to 45 minutes by air because the distance is around 400 kilometers only. But if we take the road journey or rail journey, it will take around 48 hours. So everybody can imagine then what are the constraints we are facing here. And other way, this is one of the second tiniest state of the northeastern region after Sikkim only. Around 10,000 square kilometer land area it is having, wherein it is housing around 4 million people. So density wise also it is highly dense, population wise it is highly dense. But one important issue is here, and the plus point is here, that the demand of the animal husbandry product or the fish product and the milk product, etc., huge demand is there because more than 97% population are the non-vegetarian here. And there are a long gap is there between the demand and the production. And day by day, this production, we cannot minimize the gap between the demand and the production because the purchasing power of the people are increasing, population is increasing, but though our production is increasing to some extent, but these are not maintaining the pace between the demand requirement or higher demand. And our target is here to how to minimize the gap first of all, and then if we can produce more than our requirement also, then also there huge market is there because our state is surrounded by the states of our country and or Bangladesh. Their food habit are homogeneous. So whatever production we can make, we can utilize this thing. This will not be an absolutely problem. Will not be there. So here there are different policies we have already adopted. The national policies are there, state policies are there, then how to increase the production of the meat, or the fish, the eggs, the milk, and the byproducts of all these things. So here some constraints we are having, but though it is favorable conditions are also there, at least in respect of the fishery, because we are having exceeding 2,200 millimeter rainfall per annum. So and consequently, a lot of our water bodies are there. Lot of water bodies we are having. Few water bodies are perennial in nature. Few are seasonal in nature. But it is ascertained. We have already ascertained this thing that people are rearing or adopting or using the perennial water bodies only, and they don't bother for the seasonal water body. So here is a huge potential is there. So now the behavioral change is necessary and capacity building. This is another necessity. Then wherein we can focus, and then certainly this will yield to a great extent. So here the constraints are not so much. Actually, the fund flow, fund provision is also there, and the capacity building, the main constraint. So we have to see this thing. Otherwise, market is ready, and few other areas where we need to focus. These are the optimization of the production, especially the dairy processing, in the infrastructure development to some extent. In respect to the poultry, it is also huge demand is there, but our poultry related activities as of now are confined within the backyard poultry. So we need to shift from the micro to macro entrepreneurship, because this is also we are having the huge demand here. So, and another issue, the meat processing unit, we are hardly having any meat processing unit, and the modern abattoirs, we are not having the high-tech slaughtering technology is also not available with us. So with this, our constraint as well as what are the opportunity we are having, if we are concentrating all the issues, then I think here will be the huge demand is already there, and then the production will also increase like anything. And it is also assessed properly that in our state, these two sectors, the fishery sector and the ARD, animal resource sector, if we can develop this thing as per the requirement, then the rural economy will also be changed drastically. Will be changed drastically. So here, I am not the expert here. I am here mainly to listen the expert speaker. Then how we can assimilate the current technology or modern technology in our state. We shall hear this thing, and then we shall try our level best to synchronize all this thing, whatever we are going to learn today. So with these few words only, I would like to conclude here, but I would like to invite all the present here to kindly pay visit to our state so that we can also get further encouragement, and it will be very much helpful for us, and some course correction, whatever plan and program we have talked about, if some course correction is necessary also, we can also make this course correction on this thing. So thank you once again, the organizer and all the speakers and all the guests present here. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. T.K. Devnath. Now, may I request Mr. G.H.P. Raju, Principal Secretary, Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Government of Meghalaya, to kindly address.
Thank you very much. The master of this very prestigious event. Thanks to Mr. Mahesh Saharia, Ms. Mercy Ipao, Joint Secretary, MSME, Ms. Melinda Tarek, and all other distinguished panelists, and the participants of this very important entrepreneurship-oriented interactive session. I have a small presentation. I request the organizers just to show. I'll share Meghalaya as an example, as a case study for consideration of the ICC, and I would like to pitch for the entire Northeast, not just for Meghalaya, but I'll be banking on the Meghalaya data to impress upon the ICC and other distinguished panelists the enormous economic potential the livestock entrepreneurship having from Northeast of our beautiful country. I would like to start my presentation with our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi's very, very important and far-reaching, the visionary statement to double the farmer's income in a time-bound manner. I would like to take the Meghalaya example. Is it possible to double the farmers' income of the Meghalaya state farmers? Next slide, please. In fact, on the floor of the parliament, it was tabled factual information that the Meghalaya farmers earn the highest monthly income to the tune of nearly 29,000 rupees per month, which is higher than the monthly income of the average farmer from Punjab and Haryana. Go ahead, click this, please. So this is I want to take this as a starting point to put forth my argument. Take that example of the monthly income roughly around 30,000. Out of that, if you analyze that one, nearly 80% of this 30,000 is coming from agriculture and forestry. Nearly the remaining 20% is coming from fisheries and livestock. The livestock contribution is roughly around 12%, and the fisheries contribution is roughly around 8%. Now here, our aim is to realize the visionary statement of our Honorable the Prime Minister, the doubling the farmers' income. Now, I would like to present the data available from the CNRD department. In the Meghalaya, there are 5.9 lakh households. These are the rural households, more than 90%. And here is the very important factor. 95% of the farmers' land holding is 2.5 hectares and less. Now just hold on, please. So here, is it possible? Now the important factor to consider for if we are aiming for the doubling the farmers' income, what will be the role of the agriculture and forestry? What will be the role of the animal husbandry fishery sectors here? When the land holding is very, very small, 2.5 hectares is very small. These are basically predominantly marginal and small farmers from Meghalaya. So agriculture has inherent limitation in generating more revenue for the farmers because of the terrain, because of the weather conditions and heat, the terrain and the soil, the type. It has an inherent limitation. With this limitation in view, the only available variable factor for doubling the farmers' income is aquaculture, that is fisheries, and animal husbandry. Go ahead, please. Now here I draw your go ahead, next slide, please. I would like to draw your attention to a farmer's basket. Suppose if you look at the farmer's family, what are the items available? He has income from agriculture, income from livestock, income from minuscule income from traditional skills, and income from vocational skills which are being imparted by the Labor Department. Now, what are the items available from the agriculture? Go ahead, please, quickly. It is basically just to impress upon that the vegetables, the fruits, mushrooms, then what you call the horticulture. Go ahead, please. And aromatic grasses and other cereals. Coming to the livestock, we know all these items available. Go ahead quickly. I don't want to exceed time. Go quickly. These are the livestock items available. These are items not available with each farmer, each family, but a combination of this is available. Also, because this is a predominantly tribal society, the traditional skills are, especially the traditional Ayurvedic skills. Go ahead quickly. Which are passed on from generation to generation, which yields very minuscule family income. Go ahead, traditional skills. These are basically Ayurvedic skills, the pot making and other basket making. These are the wonderful skills available with the locals. Now, vocational skills are basically under Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. The skills are imparted to the educated youth. Go ahead, please, next. But however, whatever may be the skills involved here, our Honorable the Chief Minister, Shri Conrad Sangma sir, has approached this problem of especially the doubling the farmers' income in a mission mode. I would like to flag some important missions launched by our government, keeping in view the farmers' income. Go ahead quickly. There are very prestigious missions. Strawberry mission, which has transformed nearly the lifestyle, the income of nearly 5,000 families. Go ahead. The second one is the aquaculture mission, launched in the year 2014, has nearly transformed nearly 30,000 households with an assured income of nearly around 30 to 40,000 rupees only from the fish ponds. The number of fish ponds have increased from nearly 3,000 to 33,000 in a span of 24 months. That is a tremendous acceptability in the local people about the aquaculture mission. Go ahead, please. Next question is, this is go ahead, please. This is apiculture mission, and it's in the nascent stage. Next is basically, this is aromatic grasses. There is a tremendous boost to the medicinal plants of aromatic grasses in our state, thanks to this mission mode approach. Go ahead, next one, please. Yeah, this is the jackfruit is one of the major fruit crop produced in 5 districts of the Meghalaya, which is on the western part, which is the tropical climatic conditions, where enormous jackfruit is introduced. That's why Honorable CM has launched this jackfruit mission in 2018. Go ahead, please. Yeah, this is the Lakadam turmeric is one of the highest quality curcumin content is from Lakadam, which is a small area in Jaintia Hills of this beautiful state, where a special turmeric mission was launched by Honorable Chief Minister and basically to encourage the local farmers for production of the local indigenous organically grown turmeric. Go ahead, please. Now, this is very prestigious mushroom mission with the assistance from the government of Japan. It has touched the lives of nearly 3,000 households, this single mission. And the production of the local mushroom has increased from 3,000 to 4,000 metric tons in a span of 24 months to nearly 18,000 metric tons. Go ahead. So now the Muga silk mission. Go ahead, next one, please. Now, with the introduction of nearly 215 crores, the government of Meghalaya has launched this very prestigious the milk mission, which is aiming at nearly 5,000 cooperative society farmers and households to take up the dairying in a very entrepreneurial scale. Go ahead, please. Next is the very prestigious and unique, the piggery mission launched with the 209 crores by the government in the year last year, 2019-20, and it will be touching nearly 10,000 tribal households through extending 0% interest loan to the cooperative societies to take up the piggery both for breeding as well as for fattening. Go ahead, please, next one. And this is the unique experiment going on by the agriculture department here in Meghalaya. This is the cultivation of buckwheat. This is the second state in India which has experimentally and successfully produced buckwheat production, and there is already demand for buckwheat. There are already orders are coming well in advance, and the next season will be by April or May. Around 1,000 metric tons of buckwheat is being produced here. The byproduct of the buckwheat is the buckwheat honey has enormous economic potential. This is in the experimental stage. The first stage is completed with 30 farmers successfully cultivating first time 1 metric ton of the buckwheat. Now the aim is the 10,000 metric tons. Go ahead, please. Now, why I'm telling this is basically when you look at the products produced in Meghalaya. Now here, 98% of the local produce is sold as a value capture. It's a value capture. There is only 2 to 3% is value extraction. The value capture is basically we are capturing the percentage of the market, both domestic in the Northeast as well as the mainland and some countries. But the value extraction, as you all aware, that the extraction is the key for multiplying the return on investment. But the extraction involves high-end technology, capital intensive, and very highly skilled workforce is required for extraction. I'll give the simple example. We are cultivating the Lackadown turmeric, which has nearly 9% of the curcumin content. And the farmers are selling this as a raw in the raw form. If we have the technology, the capital, and the expert hands to extract curcumin, the curcumin you all know fetches around 5,000 to 6,000 rupees per liter in the market. So there lies enormous potential for the ICC to encourage the entrepreneurs to consider investing in Meghalaya as well as in Northeast and other states for value extraction from the raw produce. Then it's definitely possible to double the farmer's income in a time-bound manner. So here, the second aspect I would like to place it before this August gathering is what is the inherent economic potential for the livestock intervention in Meghalaya. Thanks to the government of India, the fisheries, animal husbandry, the dairying department has accorded special focus and attention to the Northeast. Simple reason, the Northeast and more than 95% of the Northeast where the pork demand is nearly 18,000 metric tons per annum, whereas the local production is less 9,000 metric tons. The shortfall is nearly 9,000 metric tons, which is brought from Punjab, from Haryana, from UP and the Bihar and Assam. If any entrepreneur start pig breeding and pig rearing, as well as fattening, as well as the processing units, most welcome. It has a tremendous potential, not only in Meghalaya, but also in other states like Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Assam, where processed pork has huge demand. Second one is fish consumption. Previously, as I mentioned, aquaculture mission is instrumental in production, the doubling the production of the fish. Now, the local demand is roughly around 43,000 metric tons, whereas the local production is only 28,000 metric tons per annum. The shortfall is 15,000 metric tons. These 15 to 17,000 metric tons are brought from Andhra Pradesh 2 districts, my districts, the East and West Godavari districts, which are the maximum aquaculture. The entrepreneurship happens in these 2 districts of Andhra Pradesh. Now, coming to the beef. The beef consumption is demand is roughly around 28,000 metric tons. Imagine the local production is almost 1/3, that's all. 2/3 is coming from outside. If we can have this factor, in fact, we have taken up, our Honorable Chief Minister is very, very kind and very encouraging. And we have introduced the Ongole bull from Andhra Pradesh breed to impress upon the August gathering here. The Brazilian rural economy was transformed with the introduction of the Ongole bull from Andhra Pradesh. This bull is sturdy, disease resistant. It gains a weight of nearly 500 to 600 kgs in a limited time and very adaptable. It has transformed the rural economy of the Brazil country. Meghalaya is the first state to introduce nearly now the 2,000 cement straws of this Ongol bull in the local livestock. So we want to experiment in Ongol breed here for meat production. When there is a huge demand and there is a shortfall, there is a huge supply side, the defect here, there is every potential for introduction of this our own local breed for multiplying the meat production in a limited span of time. Then coming to the poultry, the local production is hardly 2%. The most of the poultry is coming from Assam or the West Bengal, the Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. And here, there is a tremendous potential and acceptability for the poultry sector here. Next is Chavan. Chavan is basically like, we have the neighboring country, Bangladesh, which they relish the Chavan. There is a tremendous potential for export potential for the Chavan, that is mutton. If the livestock, that is the sheep and goat, is rare in Meghalaya and export to the neighboring countries as a part, as an extension of the policy of the government of India, an Act-East policy, this sector, especially the animal sector, the livestock sector, offers tremendous opportunities for Act-East policy materialization. Next slide, please. Go ahead, quickly. So this is, I'm emphasizing again, the enormous export potential of this. Our local production is locally negative across all the northeastern states. Like my counterpart from Tripura is mentioning, we have inherent limitation, maybe breed, maybe the technology intervention, maybe lack of the capital, lack of the expertise. These are the limitations which we are grappling with. Thanks to Government of India intervention for skilling program, reskilling program, upskilling program, capital infusion, I'll touch upon in the next minute. So here, it has tremendous export potential under the Act-East policy. Go ahead, next one, please. Next slide. Yeah, you convert that into the monetary potential in crores. That's what I want to highlight. It has roughly around 4,000 to 5,000 crores of the Indian rupees, the export potential, only the livestock. If we scale it up the level of the livestock production to the next level through capital infusion, technology, induction, and skilling and reskilling. This is the meat production is one thing. Processing for export is entirely different ball game, where the ICC have to kindly note and encourage the entrepreneurs to approach our government. I'm very sure our Honorable Chief Minister will welcome any PPP model into the livestock intervention. Go ahead, please. Now here. So I have taken the livestock census of the Meghalaya government, Meghalaya state livestock census 2019. The cattle population in our state is roughly around 1 million. We are aiming to increase it to double it to million in this by 2025. Similarly, pigs production locally is roughly around 0.75 million. But we are aiming for 2 to 3 million in a span of 3 to 4 years through the pig remission. The poultry is roughly around 5 million poultry as of the livestock census. Our target is roughly almost the doubling in a span of like this. So here we have identified the tremendous potential of the livestock. Go ahead to the next one, please. Next one. So what are the government initiatives? Thanks to the Government of India's very prestigious and interventionist programs called National Livestock Mission 2022. Under this program, the Government of India has extended the subsidy component for establishing pig breeding farms, poultry farms, goatry farms, and the cattle feed mill production units. The Government of India is generous in extending to the local entrepreneurs to take up the breeding as well as the fattening units, whatever the capital required for establishing, for construction of the cow sheds, for construction of the pig sheds. The entire construction will be given as a subsidy with the upper ceiling. For example, any farmer entrepreneur wants to establish a cattle breeding farm with the 200 cattle of the investment. The Government of India can extend up to 2 crores as the capital subsidy. Similarly, under the piggery machine, the government of India is ready to extend up to 35 lakhs as the subsidy under NLM. If it is poultry, up to 15 lakh as a capital subsidy, and poultry is 25 lakhs as a back-end subsidy for construction, the capital expenses. When it comes to the feed mill production, here go back to the livestock. The census of the 2019 of the Meghalaya, the feed mill is critical for reducing the input cost of the feed. As of now, the feed local production is roughly around 20%. 80% is coming brought from outside. But 1 kg roughly around 30 rupees here, kg, which is prohibitively expensive to sustain the livestock interventions at this level. Unless and until the entrepreneurs come forward and invest in Northeast, in Meghalaya, and start producing the cattle feed at affordable prices, then it will have a cascading effect upon the livestock missions in Northeastern region and in Meghalaya. Go to the next one, please. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Through ICC, I'm looking forward for entrepreneurs to visit Meghalaya, have an interactive session with the department as well as our Honorable Minister. Our Honorable Chief Minister is very keen to interact with the entrepreneurs who want to adopt the PPP model for fructification of these livestock missions in Meghalaya. Thank you very much to the organizers for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. GHP Raju, for a very interesting and informative presentation. Now, may I request Mr. Bhagatya Tari, Secretary, Trade and Commerce Industries, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, to kindly address. I also request all the panelists to kindly stick on to the time frames given, because we have got a huge line of speakers to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, ICC, and respected the Joint Secretary and the MSME who are participating, and all the distinguished guests and the dignitaries who are participating in this forum of ICC. First of all, I must congratulate and thank you for giving these opportunities. I'm Mr. Tari and the Secretary Industry from Government of Arunachal Pradesh. So I'd like to give a small brief, although I have not prominent presentation which Meghalaya has done. I have not made in that manner. But what I like to brief is about the potential which the investor can take advantage and the state government can take advantage of this forum. I like to highlight some of this which you have potential under agriculture, horticulture, and sectors. So to begin with, to taking without much time, first of all, Arunachal Pradesh is one of the largest production of this kiwi which we produce, which is one of the best kiwi, and no other garden in this state is producing this much of what Arunachal Pradesh is producing. Around 800 metric tons we produced, and also out of kiwi we are also that some local entrepreneurs they have set up all this wine of the made out of it is one of the best organic wine which they made. It is manufacturing is going on. Secondly, there's a rice. We have the special rice called Khamti Lehi rice, which is GI registrations, which is being done. This is one of the best rice which is Asia is consumes, and we have. And apart from that, one of the best fine apples and oranges which is produced in this state, and it has, although not formally, it is being launched due to the lack of proper technology, maybe due to the processing and preservation. So it is could not be preserved and able to properly. So with this technology, if the good technology can be put in, I think this is one of the best production we can ever do. We can supply to the entire this Southeast Asian country as well. Now, thirdly, regarding this, we have the one of the biggest potential of the ruwer. Ruwer is the which we are growing at large scale. Although it is again same thing, the technology which we are due to the lack of proper technology, ruwer cultivation is highly, it is being potential. It is already there. It is already under cultivation, and some are taping also. Only thing is that the technology, which sophisticated technology, and preservation. These need to be intervention required from either from Rover Board of India or Government of India, or from some investor which he can do it. Then regarding this, so far as feeding of cattle production is concerned, again, same thing. We have the potential of the piggeries and the fish, and we have the poultry, but these are all the specifications. I'm not giving you the figure, but the feeding production it need to be established, especially for fish and piggeries. Once it is being done, we have the foothill areas. Naturally, we can grow the and the fish as well as piggeries and even the poultry. And we have the this government of Arunachal Pradesh is one of the best, largest. We have got the reserve forest, which it is naturally it is available for the especially for poultry. So far as regarding this other this livestock is concerned, we have also the large potential of honey cultivations, which it is we are already undertaking, and some of the measures and pilot projects to how the honey can be tapped in very big large scale. And also we have the potential of this large cardamom, very huge production we have got, and Middle East there are some demands are there, and that we are, but only thing here again same processing technology, once it is being there, we'll able to do. Now, in this particular forum, I'd like to bring into notice to the, I think, through the ICC, that we have the one of the best tea cultivations being, we are now we have been cultivated. Now it is a large scale we are producing, and it is being exhibited in the international fora. And many of them, they have so much of liked it, the way the organic type of tea which we produce. And so is the coffee. We have also the potential in coffee, and which is not being properly produced, maybe again due to the lack of proper technology or lack of proper this processing. Coffee board, government of India is looking at these potentials. Then coming to the this pharmaceuticals area. Pharmaceutical area also we have enormous potential rare medicines like this Poris polyphylias, and then including this caterpillar fungus. We have a large scale we can produce. It is naturally grown, some of them. Now coming to the this back to the our fishery, I would like to say, although we have been asked to make a cultivation of large scale in fishing pond, however, due to the hatching and other those technological specific technology expertise, due to the interventions, we are unable to produce this much of large scale in the fish. And we have a variety of fish we can produce. We have already a pilot project is already made it. So with this, especially and this through this fora from through ICC, I would be glad to at least if they convey this, if some sort of investor who can upgrading this the how to cultivate the fish, or if this can be, if investor can be can invest on this particular area, I think the state government will benefit and the whole country will benefit. So with this view of these potentials, I would once again thank you so much for giving this opportunity to present before this August gathering and forum. Through ICC, I'm sure that some of them will able to interact each other in near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hage Tari. Now, by this, we come to an end of the inaugural session. From now, we'll be having the panel discussions and also the technical sessions. So may I request my colleague, Pranjal, to kindly take it forward from here. Over to Pranjal, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Panditji. Very good afternoon to everyone. Now, without delaying it, may I request Mr. Mark Rossman. He is the Agriculture Attaché from Foreign Agriculture Service from U.S. Department of Agriculture, U.S. Embassy, New Delhi. Welcome, Mr. Mark Rossman. Thank you so much for being here. May I request you to be address your deliverables, please.
Thank you. And I'll try to keep this as short as possible, given that we're a little behind. But thank you, Mr. Barua, to the Indian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, everyone, for coming today, esteemed eminent speakers. This is a great topic for me to talk about, especially since pigs are my favorite animal. I grew up on a organic pig grain and livestock farm in the United States in Iowa, and farming is definitely in my background. For years, the United States has been a cooperative partner with India in food and agriculture, agricultural trade, research, extension, and development. And this has been going a long ways back. You know, in Himachal Pradesh, for instance, with Samuel Stokes, the Appleman of Kotsgar in Himachal Pradesh, to Govind Ballabhai Pant, initiating the first rural agricultural universities in the country through visits and continued support through our U.S. land grant university system. And of course, the Green Revolution in Norman Borlaug in the 1960s and 70s. So when we speak about modern and global cooperation in agriculture, if we look at cooperation in livestock, important opportunities are certainly on the horizon for expanding cooperation in learning, agricultural trade, business development, not just with the United States, regionally and globally, and venues such as this. So yeah, when we're here discussing today ways to develop livestock development in the northeastern states, I feel that there should be concurrent discussions addressing, you know, some of the, you know, one of the biggest challenges that our generation faces outside of COVID and within our livestock systems, and that's climate change. And you know, as in the onset, as Mr. Mahesh Kumar Saharia noted in his address, you know, this is a great platform to discuss these technical issues. But I feel we must go further. You know, we discuss agricultural research, development, and extension by way of supporting the northeastern livestock systems in the context of climate change. So one of the successes of the United States in agricultural education, you could say, has been an extension, what we call the form of technical training that has years, centuries of demonstrated experience. And this is where the government-run system is there to provide tools and resources to its rural agricultural population, its farmers and ranchers. An extension, as we call it, has been viewed more in terms of, you know, a system of both formal and non-formal education for farmers, working farm women, and rural young people, and as a critical tool, not just for, you know, devoted transfer of technology. And as we've discussed before, the world's growing population is increasingly dependent on vulnerable food production, and our climate crisis undermines, you know, longstanding agricultural practices, longstanding trade practices, which threaten everyone in the world, including the northeastern states, other hinterlands, India's livestock sector, United States, and even my family's farm, for instance. And trade is certainly impacted as well. And we've seen that in the last couple of years with the COVID, 19 pandemic, supply, transport, distribution chains, and infrastructure have become vulnerable and will continue to be so going forward, especially with climate change. Just last year, India had been devastated by floods in Maharashtra and North Bihar, rock slides, cloudbursts in Himachal Pradesh, excessive rainfall in Goa, Uttarakhand, and, you know, erratic monsoon all in the last year. And this has, you know, certainly impacted yields here in the United States as well. Unprecedented heat wave and ongoing drought, which continues to this day in the western United States, Northwest, impacted tree nut yields, wheat, perishable crops. As I mentioned, as a organic poultry and organic grain farmer from Iowa with pigs, you know, I've seen firsthand the challenges that climate change can play on pig production with reduced yields, heat stress, and reduced litter yields. So in livestock, you know, USDA has been, you know, looking at these sorts of things. So research by our USDA Department of Agricultural's Economic Research Service has noted that dairy cows, which are particularly sensitive to heat stress, have been estimated to bear over half of the costs of current heat stress to the livestock industry. And this type of heat stress may lower, you know, U.S. milk production by 1 to 1.5% by 2030. And that's a serious constraint we look at going forward. So as you look at different innovations, different strategies, including those within the context of climate change, governments should have in place a strategic vision of how our innovation system or extensions should develop the way it could support the development of the region, including its livestock systems, for example, through integrated approaches that allow for market forces to be involved and to also play a role. So the challenge I see then is not to just incorporate innovation as a core value, but also create markets for products that are produced through this market-oriented extension services. And I think India can be effective in making some of these parts market-driven to support its livestock sector. So all this is to say that there are many challenges, both at the local, regional, national, international levels, for that matter. So, what can be done? What can be done? I see two areas. One, if we take a step back and look at a macro level, or what I'd like to say is we're looking at the multilateral level. And for instance, this is an international platform that I'm going to talk about. It's called the Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate, also known as AIM4C. If you may not have heard, this is an initiative that is co-led by the United Arab Emirates and the United States, which was advanced at the UN Food Systems Summit in September of last year, launched at the COP26 in November. In fact, the first ministerial is next week in Dubai, which will include representation by our Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack. And the goal of this initiative is critical to accelerate global agricultural innovation through increased research and development, as it highlights agriculture and science-based solutions to mitigate and adapt to climate change. So AIM4C is focusing on three main investment channels: agricultural research partnerships, public and private applied innovation and research and development, support to international research centers and institutions, and finally, development and the deployment of practical, actionable research and information to producers and other market participants. These are critical areas. If we look at specific emphasis on livestock production, including, stressed regions throughout the world, I feel that agricultural livestock production systems should not be left in the dark and should be a priority of this area, and it will be. And our hope is that, through this initiative, which has more than a dozen countries in part, that India will be able to join this exciting initiative. And secondly, the second area of addressing is goes hand in hand with collaborative R&D, is continued investments in India's agricultural markets and opening up markets for free and fair trade that our Minister Councillor Ron Verdonk mentioned. And our hope is that the Indian government will continue to implement sound science-based regulations that permit free, fair, two-way trade. And we're beginning to see that certainly through work with market access for animal feeds, certainly with pork products, which lead to greater competition and increased production of both Indian farmers and other competitors. And, through competition, there's also agricultural cooperation, because a more vulnerable food system means the need to reduce post-harvest loss and build markets. It is now, these two things are more critical than ever. So improving agricultural transportation infrastructure, the Indian market, including those states in the Northeast, new investment opportunities are critical for cold chain transportation, frozen foods distribution, use of climate smart technologies for dairy, meat, and livestock value chains. Finally, I'll just note also that through this agricultural cooperation in climate, the United States and India has already launched last year the U.S.-India Climate and Clean Energy Agenda 2030 Partnership, and this is an initiative led by both Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. The partnership is a core venue for U.S.-India collaboration to drive urgent progress in this critical decade for climate action. And both countries have set ambitious 2030 targets for climate action and clean energy, where we aim to mobilize finance and speed clean energy development through improved transportation infrastructure. So agriculture, I would say, including the livestock industry and its required cold chain systems, if we are looking at increasing production, must be part of these conversations so that the industry can better be prepared to adapt to the risk of climate change impacts. So as I conclude, the list goes on and on what could be done to support India's livestock sector, both by way of trade, production, research, and development. We all have a role to play in this area. And for our part, the United States and the U.S. Department of Agriculture looks forward to working with India and with all of you to address our shared challenges. So thank you, and I look forward to this continued discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mark Rossman. Indeed, you really clearly delivered your information. Thank you once again. Now, may I request Mr. Nitin Verma? He is Counselor from Agriculture and Food and Trade Commissioner from High Commission of Canada from New Delhi. Thank you so much, Mr. Nitin Verma, to being joined with us. Over to you, Mr. Nitin Verma.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be participating on this summit today, along with my colleagues from the US, the UK, and Australia soon after, and of course our partners with the Indian government. This is a fantastic opportunity to highlight to you some of the work we're already doing in India from the agriculture sector in terms of agriculture cooperation and collaboration, as well as where we can potentially build on this relationship and work closer together. I'd just like to highlight, working with the Northeast in the past, we've been very impressed with some of the proactive focus on the agriculture sector, as well as some of the processed products. I know that, for example, the government of Meghalaya recently partnered with Sial India at their Sial trade show in December in Delhi. Canada had a booth at that show, and we were very impressed with sort of the organization behind that show. In terms of my presentation, I'm not sure if you can see my slides. I'm going to quickly go over a few, just a very quick overview of the Canadian agriculture sector, and then focus on the piggery hog sector, because I understand, as has already been mentioned a few times, that really is a potential opportunity for the Northeast. The Canadian agri-food and agriculture and agri-food system is really an integrated supply chain, and we feel this is one of our really big strong points from Canada. We have the entire range, the input service suppliers, the primary producers, the processors, the retailers, wholesalers, and the food and the providers at the tail end, the consumer end of the chain. They are all integrated to ensure that required inputs, required changes to the system are all integrated in a cohesive manner. It's diversified very geographically, our agriculture system. As you know, Canada is a very large country, but with a very small population, with only 36 million people. We have a huge range of growing zones in the country with different types of farms and agriculture focuses. If you can see the slide, we currently have about 64 million hectares of agricultural land, which is only 7% of our land area, and it's concentrated across the prairies and southern Ontario. We have beef cattle farming primarily in Ontario, hog and pig farming in Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec, and dairy and milk operations in Ontario and Quebec, grain and oilseed in the prairies in Ontario, and then on the east and west and Ontario, we've got horticultural special value crops, fruits and vegetables. Huge amount of diversification, huge amount of distribution in terms of our farm investments and resulting wealth. The average farm size in Canada has doubled over the last 50 years due to a large amount of consolidation and technological advancement. In fact, over 50 years, they're saying, we now currently have just under 200,000 farms across our 10 provinces. And the total farm area has remained fairly consistent. In terms of farm receipts, which are the farmers' revenues from the sale of agricultural commodities, and so this is overall their income really, we had a record high of $60 billion a few years ago. And I'd like to highlight that red meat, grain, and oilseed make up 2/3 of that total. I'll skip that one. This slide talks a little bit about our entire farm cash receipt. And if you look closely, you'll see the cattle, hog, and sheep is about 20% of the overall farm bill receipt, which is a substantial portion of the sector. However, the meat industry in Canada is currently our largest food manufacturer, exceeding 22.5 billion Canadian dollars in 2020. The red meat industry in Canada is the largest component of our food processing industry. It's also over 10% of our agri-food exports to over 150 countries, and we're employing about 68,000 people in Canada. If we focus on the livestock side on red meat, in 2020 we had 18 federally inspected abattoirs processing cattle, and 25 processing hogs. 40% of our beef and veal production is exported, whereas 71% of our pork production is exported. So really, we really rely on our ability to export to foreign markets, and I think I mentioned 150 different countries. Our federal regulation, our government regulation, is present at all stages of our meat production, all the way from animal transport, slaughter, cutting, packing, processing, warehouse and cold storage, shipping, and these are all potential areas of collaboration with partners in India to help expand and grow the industries here. Our meat inspection system is highly regarded in the world. The regulatory framework that it's underpinned by is a very strong set of acts and regulations with a compliance verification system that is the envy of many. We have the ability to produce a very safe, high quality product, which, as I mentioned, is already being exported to a large number of countries. We have globally competitive companies such as JBS, Cargill, and this industry is constantly evolving. I think my colleague from the US, Mark, just mentioned, this big challenge of climate change, and we continue to face this amongst many other challenges such as labor availability, operational inefficiencies, and we're finding things like technical innovations and automation are really helping us deal with some of those challenges. I'll skip over this slide, but it's basically to say that our meat production systems highly depend on HACCP-based systems for food safety. I'll switch now from a general overview on agriculture and meat production to more of a focus on the hog sector and its structure and how it performs in Canada. In 2020, we had 7,635 hog farms, and with a herd size of just under 14 million animals. And you can see how that compares to some of the other livestock sectors we have in Canada on the slide. The hog sector in Canada is primarily focused in the three provinces of Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec, which are sort of central Canada, if you look at the map that way. Again, the same stats there, just under 14 million animals, 22 million of those, 22 hogs are slaughtered in federally and provincially inspected establishments, 2.3 million tons of hogs produced in 2020. And with the, I won't read all those numbers there, but exports and imports are listed. And cash receipts from the sale of hogs total just under $5 billion. So all to say, it's a very big, lucrative industry in Canada, one that makes up a really large part of our agri production system. The three main production systems for Canadian hog production that we follow are the farrow to finish, farrow to wean, and then the growing and finishing of the animals for consumption. It has become a highly specialized industry sector. If you visit some of these facilities, some of these farms, you'll be very impressed. They're cleaner than hospitals. The amount of biosecurity and care that's taken into proper care of the animal to ensure a high quality product is really phenomenal. I mentioned consolidation earlier in our agriculture system. Almost 17% of our farms, which is a small number, produce 73% of the entire hog production in Canada. The top 4 companies are accounting for, almost 60% of the hog slaughter, and it's becoming increasingly vertically integrated, which I'm highlighting all these things to showcase, these are the measures that we found to be highly successful in Canada, and potentially could be used in other growing centers like India for similar successes. quickly highlight some of our major pork export markets. And this is a comparison between 1990 and 2020. In 1990, we were highly dependent on the US. Almost 80% of our pork was going into the US. And now we've highly diversified our exports, and this is another success underpinning measure in that the pork sector and the piggery sector in Canada has aggressively courted market access and promoted Canadian pork and the high quality of our genetics available for export from Canada. And so now, if you look, it's primarily Japan, US, and China that make up the bulk of our pork exports. We could not do this without our partners. I mentioned at the start of this presentation that it's a very integrated supply chain, and we take that very seriously. We work very closely with our stakeholders in Canada. We have a Canadian Pork Council representing the farmers. The Canada Pork International is the advocacy and market development industry body. We have Canadian swine breeders and exporters, as well as the Canadian Centre for Swine Research, which is not mentioned here, but we have a colleague later who's speaking from a Canadian perspective who may touch on that as well. Swine Innovation Pork, based in Quebec, they manage research and R&D into the sector and how to promote that in country and abroad. And then the Canadian Meat Council, which represents the federally registered producers. I'll end it on a slide to just talk about the potential Canada-India opportunity. Pork is already a staple diet, a staple of the Canadian diet, and we've already heard people mention it's the most highest volume consumed protein in the world. And so we really think Canada can be a very reliable partner for high quality swine genetics and breeding support in the aim of this sector. We not only have the swine genetics, we do currently have an agreed health certificate with India, both for products and the swine genetics. We've had numerous instances of frozen boar semen that have been imported into India with great success from Canada. We, as colleagues from the UK and US have already mentioned about the importance of feed and nutrition for animals. I think the point was made already that genetics is the most important, but if you're not feeding the animals properly, if you're not giving them the right nutrition to grow, you're really leaving a lot of value on the table when it comes to how quickly you can get protein out of that animal. And we already have some quality pig feed premixes available, in fact, in India. So if there's any interest in trying some of these products out, do get in touch with either myself or Mr. Alfred Wall later, who will be presenting later in this seminar. We also have had a lot of interest from Canadian experts in India from the piggery sector. We've had not only industry members, but also research scientists travel to India to talk about nutrition, to talk about piggery animal husbandry practices, all in an effort to improve swine production in the country. And I really commend the efforts of some of the Northeast states in those engagements. I think I'll end it there. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, the Agriculture Counselor at the High Commission of Canada in New Delhi, and I'm posted here for a few years, so I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nitin Gorma. It was delighted to have you and your deliverables. Now moving towards to the next panelist, may I request Mr. Kiran Caramel. He is a councillor from Australian Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, representing Australian High Commission, New Delhi. Mr. Kiran Caramel, can we have your words here?
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Caramel, thank you so much, Mr. Caramel, for joining us. Over to you, Mr. Caramel.
Thank you, and good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and attendees. It is my pleasure to speak to you all today and share some of Australia's experiences in advancing agriculture productivity for the betterment of Australian farmers and farming communities. I hope some of what I share today can assist in helping drive livestock, aquaculture, and poultry productivity improvements in Northeast India. Australian agriculture has undergone a long journey of reform to become one of the world's most efficient agricultural producers. Since 1970s, Australia significantly reduced its own tariffs, farm subsidies, and other domestic support measures, which has allowed us to transform agriculture into a highly productive and competitive sector. Moving away from subsidies, the Australian government has placed and continues to place its focus on implementing the right policy settings that enables the growth and productivity of the agriculture sector. And a key component of this is nurturing innovation, which is what I'll be focusing on today, innovation. Innovation, in my mind, will be an important element of helping Northeast India transition away from smallholder farming into large commercial operations that can help meet the region's demand for agriculture products and nutritional needs. In Australia, more than 50% of Australian agricultural productivity growth has been attributable to research, development, and extension investments. And for us, the cornerstone to our agricultural innovation system are the 15 Rural Research and Development Corporations, or RDCs. And this system has delivered success for us for over 30 years. RDCs have allowed the Australian government and primary producers to co-invest in research and development. Each RDC is tasked with delivering tangible and practical improvements for their industry in terms of productivity, profitability, sustainability, and for the community itself. They do this through strategic and targeted partnerships and investments in research, development, and adoption. The process of which of deciding where the investment should be targeted and where research, development, and extension funding is to be allocated is one that is done in a very collaborative manner and involves all major stakeholders. So what the IDCs do is work closely with the industry representative bodies and the Australian government on an annual basis to identify and evaluate their industry requirements. So from there, what will happen is that the IDCs will deliver their activities by partnering and leveraging of activities of businesses, experts, and other participants in the Australian rural innovation system. So there are a number of RDCs that cover the industries of interest in today's conference. So I'll name a few just off the top of my head. There is the Meat and Livestock Australia, Australian Meat Processors Corporation, Dairy Australia, Australian Eggs Limited, Australian Pork Limited, and that's just to name a few that may be of interest today. And I would urge everyone to actually go onto their respective websites and see what they do offer, because a lot of their research is actually available online. And what I might do is actually paint some of the examples of the work that they do provide. So, for example, the Australian Meat Processors Corporation is currently running a pilot around implementing water recycling processes at meat processing facilities, which can hopefully help reduce energy and water consumption and costs. A couple of years ago, the Australian Pork Limited undertook a research program around the management of piggery pathogens to ensure food safety. This activity was conducted to understand how pig waste has the potential to impact human health, given it is a potential source of pathogens. Dairy Australia, as another example, supports the development of resources to assist Australian manufacturers improve performance and make the most of to make informed business decisions. For example, they're looking at opportunities to reduce the industry's carbon footprint and reduce energy consumption and costs. So these are just some of the examples of the broad set of work that Australian RDCs undertake. And as I said before, I would really urge everyone to take the opportunity to have a look at the website and also get in touch with myself to talk about any of these projects, anything else that the RDCs undertake in further detail. Now, while RDCs will continue to play a role in driving innovation in Australian agriculture, the Australian government is continuing to ensure its policies and funding remains fit for purpose and responsive to the changing needs of the Australian agriculture sector. So going forward, the Australian government is now delivering an ambitious national agricultural innovation agenda to build on and improve our agricultural innovation system. This agenda will provide national leadership and drive a more coordinated and strategic approach to agricultural innovation. So I'm very pleased that today's forum is occurring, because I believe it is very critical that the right foundations are set for a roadmap for the livestock, agriculture and poultry industries in Northeast India. And a key piece of this, I strongly believe, is innovation, and which is why I really wanted to focus my effort on innovation. And I hope that some of these experiences and some of what I've shared with you, which is at a very high level, may be of use and might form a bit of a baseline understanding of where Northeast India could take some of its I guess efforts going forward. And yeah, please reach out if you want to learn anything more about what I've spoken about today. I've tried to keep it short and sweet. I hope that's good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kiran Carmel, for your delighted, insightful information. And we are sure that states representatives, they are taking all the informations and points from all of our panelists. Now, moving towards, may I request Dr. Prem Kumar Uppal. He's a very senior animal virologist, former advisor also to the government of Punjab, Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries. Welcome, Dr. Prem Kumar Uppalji. Can you hear us? Your voice is not audible. Can you unmute your... Yeah, Mr. Uppalji, can you unmute your mic, please? Yes.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, yes, you are absolutely audible. Please, over to you.
Good evening. His Excellency Mr. Chairman of the International Summit. Greetings to the organizers of Indian Chamber of Commerce, especially Pranjal Barua, distinguished honorable speakers, participants, and invitees in this virtual meeting. Well, I will give a glimpse or overview of the livestock sector, especially reference to Northeast India, and what remedial measure and what activity should be taken as a roadmap for the future. Looking at the Northeast region of India, which includes 8 states, has a vibrant potential for the development of livestock, poultry, aquaculture, combined with agriculture operation. If we look critically and examine critically this region, we find that 57% of the geographical area of India is under forestry. Considering this topography, one has to harness, and we appreciate we can have better viable economy of this region through livestock and agricultural operation. This could be achieved with the significant proportion from the livestock owner, especially the small farmers, private farmers, landless farmer, or marginal farmers. We can have a greater access of the livestock resources through this group of people, especially because if you look into it, it is this group which owns the livestock at large as compared to another part of the country. And most of them are almost intermingled with the livestock sector, especially pigs, goats, and even cattle, depending on the area. If we look as a country, and if we compare it with Northeast India, we'll find that the growth of livestock sector has been slower in this region compared to national level of other states. Therefore, increasing this area activity in livestock sector and to include the employment generation for smallholders, we need to give input to time. In addition to the generation of income from the livestock sector, which we could obtain from the livestock, poultry, eggs, their products, as well as in addition we can have draft power and dung availability for crop production, which will have an added advantage in the production system of the livestock. and millions of people could be found with better nutritional. Now, in order to be better economics, Northeast state farmers in the state, there is a need to consider supportive technical framework. When I am talking supportive technical institutional framework, we are referring including some target area of villages, because it is a village where we have to tolerate the technology availability and its applicability. Another thing is a policy framework need to be in command. Unless there is a policy framework in command for the better breed improvement or health key activity or nutritional input, policy frame plays is important part and important parameter. Now looking to the genetic improvement, which is one of the pillars. In addition to this nutritional aspects, we have got to consider health aspects. So these are the three pillars which are important for the prosperity of the livestock sector in specific to cattle or other species. We need to consider that in Northeast we have a largest bovine, which is called 30% during the recent past. Therefore, address such problems which are of great importance as their processes international market is concerned. So now considering these factors, we have examined by improving their accessibility to marketing. Because marketing is one of the important parameters, especially for the farmers. Now the areas which need address in Northeast area is nutrition, health, and genetics. Now if we consider this, then we have to improve upon all these areas. So if we look at the genetic improvement, we need to bring some genetic material from outside the state, either within the country or outside the country. So we have to use utilizing biotechnological tools, genetic tools, genetic markers, and fluid and semen conservation, setup of embryo transfer technology, and its utilization. So these are very important. And introduction of semen or introduction of quality germplasm depends upon the kind of policy already in existence are made. Whether we are going to path, we are going, or it depends whether we are thinking production. And then finally, we have process evaluate the most important for an production system, which will bring the prosperity to the system. Then that part, if we look very critically, we have to look for their movement, cold chain system, their processing, and its end result to the marketing. A proper pack. These are very important. Now, if we look at the feed and fodder system in the Northeast, one of the important things which emerges normally in Northeast, there is no allocation of land for the agricultural operation or for growing the feed or fodder. Therefore, we have to, because forestry is one of the most important part, we have to look for the silage, we have to look for the crop silage, we have to look for the various other parameters and to put our efforts to bring it in a better way. Time being, there is a totally import of resources from other states or from other countries for the feed. Therefore, production need to be addressed in a proper manner. So, considering the genetic improvement, cattle feed, and regarding health parameter, which is most important and which should be also priority because of its effect as we appreciate world over. And we know recently the African swine fever when it came to Northeast, several animals and imported outside from other countries. Therefore, the health sector be an important research parameter to that monitoring, surveillance, and auditing is important. Unless we carry out those things, we will have a lot of problem to bring the productivity, and the farmers will have a lot of hue and cry and a lot of problem to the farmer. So health system need to be addressed, particularly neonatal death, mastitis, and transmissible diseases like foot and mouth, IBR, and many more diseases, which I think will be discussed by other speaker in a shorter time. Above all, capacity building of the farmers, especially marginal farmer, landless farmer, small farmer, is a power of the need. Above these, we need to develop a data bank centers, which should be quantitative as well as quality. They include traceability of animals which are milk production or which are used for the egg. And besides, there should be surveillance and monitoring of dam yield. And this performance data will form the basis for the futurology of Northeast area and will bring more added advantages for the small farmer and marginal farmer. As we all appreciate and we have heard recently from other speakers that meat is one of the, particularly pork meat, both are being used very extensively in Northeast area, and the protein availability from the meat, particularly in Northeast area, per capita availability is much higher than other parts of the country. Therefore, we need to see that the processing of the meat and its are in command. Now we have to look firstly what is the widening gap between demand and supply of livestock product, which can be brought changes in structure. We will have to depend on how this production structure has to be opened up, and therefore the international trade, which is need to be in compliance. So international trade will bring a lot for activities, whether it's technology based or whether it is to be based for the import of jobs or should need for the feed and feed fodder processing system to be brought, several equipment, instruments, diagnostics, and other activities can be geared up so that we can come into a platform which provides a viable, effective, system in command. In the recent past, we brought pigs from the United Kingdom, sent pigs to Northeast states, and these pigs were brought and carried out for prosperity. Similarly, from Canada, the germplasm from semen was also brought and used in this country. Therefore, we have to see the merits and demerits and study effectively and efficiently for their utilization in the livestock production system. So these are some of the things which need to be addressed, and above all, most important part is if we have to go for the feed and fodder production, certified feed seeds need to be in command. If they're not certified feed seeds in command, it will lead to a lot of problems in times to come. Above all, biosecurity of first order, GMP in the laboratories, especially diagnostic labs, and surveillance lab, GMP must be in command. Similarly, for biosecurity measures, particularly at farms, will be very important, where the international and national collaboration can be sought by the state so that the prosperity of the farmer is in safe hands. These need to be looked critically, and these were some of the suggestions. And in my opinion, there should be public-private partnership, which will bring more prosperity, and particularly livestock farms, producer societies. Livestock farmers producer society will have more effectiveness than any other way of doing it, because that will bring more better. We need to understand the mechanism of living, of the social structure of the Northeast group of people of all the 8 states. As I said to you in the earlier talk, that their social structure need to address effectively and efficiently so that the implementation of all these programs for the prosperity of livestock sector in Northeast states becomes successful. And above all, in poultry hatchery practices, their processing, their feed and fodder special is related to that because from viewers, I conveyed views and I the position their demand and effective implementation is occurred. They collaborate with the commission, bankers, industries, and technocrats, including the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prem Kumar Upalji.
Thank you.
It was, yes, thank you so much for the excellent deliverables. And before moving towards to the next, I would like to quickly inform that today's session is being recorded to be available for viewing post-conference. And also, we have enabled the live transcript along with the subtitles. So it will be easier for the viewer to go through the entire session. Thank you so much, Dr. Utpalji. Now moving towards to our next panelist. He is Dr. N.H. Mohan. He is Principal Scientist from Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICAR, from National Research Center on Pig, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Government of India. Welcome, Dr. N.H. Mohan. Can you hear?
Yeah,
Is it audible to you?
I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you.
Over to you, Dr. Mohan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barua, and a very good evening or good morning to all the audience and the esteemed. I am really thankful to ICC and MSME for organizing this program, and indeed, ICC appreciates. Congratulations to bring all the people together. And I'll be focusing on the most important livestock of the northeastern region, that is the pig farming. Pig is the whole. That is the and let me share the presentation. Is the presentation visible?
Yeah, it is visible now.
Yeah,
we can see your first slide, that is challenges for agri sector.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. It is a quite a long presentation. Keeping in the view of the time constraint, I will try to keep run of the slides. And one more thing, pig being an important sector and this being a livestock related summit, if I do not show the slides, then it will be inappropriate. Initially, I thought not to do it. Okay. Basically, northeastern piggery sector is a traditional smallholder production system with a backyard few animals, few or 3 or 4 animals, maybe 1 or 2 animals, up to 10 animals maintained by the farmers. And as per the last census, it is 9.6 million pigs are available in the country, and there is a decline of 12% over a last decade, and Indian pig population represents 1.77% of the total livestock population, and the 1.2% of the global pig population is available. And majority of the pig population what is available are nondescript, 78.5%, and exotic pigs are also available. And we have started now registration of the pig breeds across indigenous germplasm. 10 pig breeds have been identified, and in spite of all those constraints, as we will be discussing it in coming, India has exported a substantial worth of pig related products to different countries. And it is pig is an important because it is reared by a socially economical and weaker sections of the society. And I see pig farming in 2 ways. One is it's as a source of livelihood plus the nutritional security, and at the same time it has a potential of being developed as a full-fledged industry. So both the things are there, because since the people are rearing in as a backyard, it's a part of a livelihood also, given the large population of the country. So we cannot ignore the small sector, and there cannot be a complete conversion to a industry sort of structure. Okay. So, and one very plus point of piggery sector, what I'm seeing, very bright spot is there is a lot of interest among the entrepreneurs, private partners. They are coming for investment. Increasing investment is also there, and there is likeliness for products, and the demand is increasing among consumers. These are very bright spots because this will ultimately encourage the private players to invest and develop it to a larger scale. So if you see the trend, as I have told, this is the present trend, and we have been the decline of the population is a little matter of worry, but there are some bright spots there also. Okay, if you see this slide, only 8.1% of the pigs are reared by the large holders. Rest of the more than 92% is held by the landless or marginal or small medium farmers, and the size of pig holding is also like below 6. So that is a percent. And I have identified 11 challenges. This is based on the several discussions across the platforms which we have attended. It is NRC Pig has documented that there are 11 challenges. And first one is the availability of the Germplasm. I will be taking up one by one: low productivity animals, conservation, availability of feed, then major diseases, low level of value addition and post-harvest management, lack of structured market linkages, global warming, and shrinking resources, waste management, awareness creation. Each one gives us opportunity to intervene and improve the pig production, because we have several partners available in the meeting itself, so they can all contribute to in one or the other way to the improving or attending the challenges. So one is the availability of germplasm. Yes, bulk is a indigenous germplasm with not much growth rate, so that is a big issue. And I was telling that the population is declining. Population is even though declining, one important component why the decline. That's one primary reason we have identified is the lesser number of breeder farmers. So people are purchasing the animals, rearing it, and selling it. So about 90% of the 88.9% of the animals are slaughtered every year, and about 11% of the animals are only reproducing. They are only regenerating the entire stock for the next year. And other is a poor AI coverage. So superior germplasm percolation into different places may not be there. So these are some of the components to be looked into. So we have a lot of pig breeding policies across the different states. NRC Pig has intervened in developing the policies along with the government of India, and it is also involved in the conservation of germplasm, because the indigenous germplasm also cannot be ignored because of some superior adaptive and as well as disease resistance qualities. And there is a critical role for ICR, SAU, and all those partners. And here, if you see the average, as yes, eminent speaker from Meghalaya was speaking, that there is a 50% shortage. Yes, there is a 50% shortage across the country. There is a 50% shortage of the requirement between pig production and the actual availability. One of the reason is the yield of the pork is also less. It is 38 kgs against the global average of 78.5 kg. So this is another reason contributing it. Another reason is productivity of the pig. It is less than 1.6 liter per sow per year against the global target. So target itself is low because the productivity is low, and the litter size of the piglets 6 to 8 piglets against the global targets of 6 to 18 per farrow. So these are some of the concerns which says that we have to have some interventions to increase the superior germplasm. And there are structured practices. I will not go into it because we have a set national action plan in place for improving the pig population. Say we have developed different breeds are available in-house. The developed breeds are available in the country. Plus, there is a scope of introducing fresh germplasm from other countries. And some of the breeds you might have also heard: Rani, Asha, HDK75. These are in Assam. They are very much available. Lumsiang, it is developed by SR Research Complex in Umeam. So different the pigs are available. And another here I would like to say a bright spot here is people are interested in promoting the artificial insemination, taking the good superior semen from the germplasm, and they are ready to inseminate. You can see women entrepreneurs are coming up. And pig feeding, that is another second challenge, very great challenge, because 70% of the animal raising cost is from pigs. And if we consider that 60% deficiency of concentrate and feed resources are there, then it is a very tough task, because if you do not provide good feed, and we cannot expect good growth in spite of having a good germplasm. So ICC and other industry partners have got a very critical role in establishment of feed companies or those kind of interventions to increase the approach of feed actually at the farmer level. This is an important concern here. And equally, we have to consider the fact that locally available feed resources are underutilized, because otherwise smallholders will have very tough time in purchasing feeds. So that rather they will resort to taking locally available resources such as kitchen waste or hotel waste or other locally available feed resources. And so we have several challenges here to be solved, and feed being a critical challenge, we have some approaches like identification of novel feeds, then use of technologies like chelated mineral mixture to increase the bioavailability of nutrients. So then digestibility, those kind of things, those kind of definitely by modern biotechnology and those kind of approaches can have a critical support. We can receive those kind of support from the R&D labs. Okay, yet another reason and a very major challenge what piggery sector is facing in the Northeast region is emergence of diseases, especially African swine fever, PRRS in 2013, and re-emergence of classic and swine fever. ASF is really very devastating. It has caused havoc in many European nations, Russia, and presently there is no vaccine and shortage. That's a very big challenge we are facing, because it is completely fatal, and farmers with very less access to information and biosafety measures and veterinary services, this becomes a very critical challenge. And we also have some other concerns, as because of porous international borders, and there are chances that transboundary diseases can come, and that can cause havoc in the piggery industry. And there is yet another speaker, Dr. Arnab Sen, so I am not going into details of it, but challenges remains as the development of diagnostics, vaccine, implementation of biosecurity at farmers field, rapid detection, contact tracing. So these are all some of the challenges what we have, but we do have a set system. NERDDLs is there, other diagnostic laboratories are there, HSADL is there, ICR laboratories are there, university laboratories are there, and we also have a robust legal framework in the form of this Prevention and Control of Infectious Diseases Act is there to act upon. And another challenge is the value addition. Here, entrepreneurship can definitely play a very major role, because they in India the value addition is only 2%. So this is ample scope is there, and private players are very much interested, and we can see that last 1 year we have more than 15 entrepreneurs. We could now presently we have 19 of them. Last year alone, we were having 15 incubators in our agribusiness incubator. So they are all interested in they have come to piggery from a non-piggery sector. So it's a private investment coming through. That is a very, very bright spot. And I see that it will become a very big industry in some day. Concurrently, the backyard also needs to be taken care. And there are concerns of safety, good food quality, and wholesome meat production, because safety cannot be compromised for the increasing production. And we also have concerns about the transportation of animals and cold chain management. And I would like to share that NRCP has contributed in the development of global export standards for the indigenous pigs, and in collaboration with the APEDA. And as one eminent speaker was suggesting, that global warming and impending climate change is also a very major concern. And we have identified one nutshell information I will give. 100 to 500 gram loss is there per day when the animals are subjected to a heat shock or when they are in the higher temperature, because the optimal temperature is between, it should be like 15 to 25 degrees for the animal to perform in a highest way. So the animals with a higher potential also to be maintained in a little comfortable environment. There are several intervention practices possible, and climate can not only affect directly, it can affect the change the disease scenario, it can alter the crop production system. So that way indirectly also it can affect the climate. And one reason worry is this, because why I told reason worry, because this earlier never it was into this much limelight, that is the land degradation and desertification. This 29.77% of the total geographical area is under degradation. That's a very major concern. Northeast also is not free from that. More than 21% is under degradation, and so this effectively shrinks the resources for production of fodder crops and other feeding material for the animals as well. So it is not as simple, and it affects humans directly, indirectly through various means, actually, land degradation. So this is a matter of great concern, and we also have concerns in engaging stakeholders, because people speak different languages, people not approachable. COVID is another very big havoc which restricted the access to people to various resources, and we have been conducting trainings and other things to online. Okay, that is a plus point, because again we make it opportunity of this online system and reach farmers to cornermost places. So that is there. So we would like to continue that, and one important concern here is how the private players can be brought into the engaging stakeholders. How into their CSR programs or into some of those kind of interventions, whether they wanted to become a party for transfer of technologies, or those kind of things are concerned, and online agri-marketing and improving the farmer-producer processor linkages. These are all one of the concerns which need to be attended, and industry can play a very major role. And we at ICR National Research Center on Pig has a vision to bring excellence in pig production, health and product processing through a innovative research. So we are there to provide technical support, policy support, and we also ready to play all kind of roles which will ultimately lead to increased production of pigs, entrepreneurship, livelihood, nutrition security for the northeastern region as well as the whole country. And people are welcome, and we should be able to work together. And our vision is the national action plan of Government of India to increase double the pig production by 2022 or in coming days. And the way forward is to have a technology based or research supported driven improvement in the production, health and productivity. And another concern we also have, that waste management. Waste management is a concern among the pig farms, because larger the pig farm, it produces large quantities of waste, because like each animal can produce like 30 kgs per day. So it's not a very small amount. So that also needs a very major concern, how that nutrient could be reused. And we also can learn from others' experience, other countries, Vietnam, Cambodia, or all those things, European nations, Canada, USA, UK, all those countries, we have things to learn, and how the pig farming has been brought to this stage from a little this particular stage, and how the livelihood and as well as the how it has become a money making engine. And the NRC Pig Institution will, in these components, we also have All India coordinated research projects and a mega sit-down project, which will continue to play a major role in the research extension, policy support, keeping in view of the various stakeholders. It includes everybody, farmer to the business holders, for placing the pig production in India on a global scale. These are the acknowledgements, and thank you very much for the attendance.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
Mohan. It was a pleasure to have your presentation, and I'm sure we have learned a lot of things from your slides. Now moving towards, may I request Dr. Sanjay Kumar Das. He is a principal scientist and head from fishery from ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Dr. S.K. Das. Is it audible to you?
Thank you, Mr. Burma. Thank you,
Thank
Pranjal.
you so much, Miss.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, and good morning to all the distinguished panelists, speakers, and most importantly, the ICC and the MSME for organizing this very important event. I would just, quickly go through a few of my slides, if I am allowed.
Yeah, please. The time limit is we have keeping for 5 to 7 minutes. I hope we can cover the most important points during that time. Please, over to
Yeah,
you.
of course. Yeah. Okay, I will try my best. Just a moment. It's taking time, a little bit of time. Yeah, I think my slides are taking time. Anyway, so I will just, start, quickly the agricultural sectors in the northeastern regions. If my slides are not visible, fisheries and agricultural sector is often regarded as the sunshine sector in the Indian agriculture. Aquaculture is the first growing primary, primary production sectors in the world today. The Indian agriculture, in fact, it started as a domestic activity in West Bengal and Orissa, and it has slowly evolved into a industry in the recent years in the states like Andhra Pradesh, and Punjab, Haryana, and West Bengal, Maharashtra, etc. With the technological events and I'm finding it difficult. Anyway, so
Yeah, we can see your slides.
with technological inputs and the entrepreneurial initiatives and financial investment, the farm productivity has gone up from the 600 to 800 kg per hectare year to 8,000 to 10 tons per hectare per year in several parts of the country. Now, if you just see the Indian production, the fish production in the country, the country produces at the moment about 14 million metric tons of fish, out of which 10.40 million metric tons do come from the inland fisheries sector. So there has been a robust growth in the inland sectors, but the marine fisheries has been slower. The Indian fisheries sector, it contributes about 1.24% to the Indian economy, and about 7.28% to the Indian agricultural sector. The country also earns 46,000 crores from the export of different fish and fish products, different fish and fish products to 75 countries around the world. Now, if you just consider the aquatic resources of the Northeast India, there is tremendous potential for developing the agricultural sectors. In the form, the aquatic resources are in the form of rivers, lakes, tanks, ponds, paddy fields, and other suitable water bodies where the aquaculture can be taken up. Now, the fish and seed production, when we just talk about the northeastern regions, when we talk about the northeastern regions, the region, the total fish productions at the moment is about 518,000 tons of metric tons of fish that is being produced in the region, especially from the freshwater sectors But the major amount of the fish do come from the state of Assam, which is followed by Tripura, then Manipur. And again, there is, of course, good progress in the aquaculture sector in the state of Meghalaya because of different, government, initiatives. As the previous speakers has already mentioned about the aquaculture mission in the state of Meghalaya. And then the seed production, which is the basic input for aquaculture activities, the region produces about 103, lakh fry, and out of which about 95% of the seeds do come from the state of Assam. As per the consumption of the requirement, there is a huge gap in the production and the demand for fish, because most of the states in the regions, the 95% of the population are the fish eaters. They measure among the top 5 major fish eating states in the India. Our state, the Tripura, is consuming the highest per capita fish per year, that comes to about 29.29, which is followed by the state of Manipur and Assam. 11 Assam stands at about 11.75. So the northeastern states inland fish productions it contributes only about 5% to the Indian inland fish production of 10,430,000 metric tons. Now, the current aquaculture practices in the region is, although the country is having good aquatic resources, the index of biodiversity utilized for aquaculture is of only 0.13%. So out of which the major amount, like 85% of the Indian major carps are being consumed in the region, only about 5% air-breathing fish, and the rest all other species together. There are different culture systems that are being adopted in the region. One is the extensive culture systems, another is semi-intensive, and another is intensive system. But most of the farmers nowadays, they are adopting to the semi-intensive farmer, where there is a little bit of inputs they're putting in the aquaculture sectors. Say for example, the semi-intensive fish production, it gives a production of about 3,000 to 4,000 kg per hectare. Whereas in case of extensive, because where there is not much of input that is being used in the extensive aquaculture, that gives only about 1,000 to 1,500 kg per hectare per year. But in case of intensive or super intensive, fish farming, which are basically capital intensive, and also it requires a high input. It gives a very high production of about 8,000 to 10,000 kg per hectare per year. There are also other different aquaculture systems that are being promoted in the region. There is composite fish culture, which gives up to about 4 to 6 tons per hectare per year. Integrated fish farming, which is very relevant, especially in the hill states of the region. So it can also give about 3 to 5 tons per hectare per year. Intensive pond aquaculture with the supplementary feeding and aerations can also give rise to aquaculture production about 10 to 15 tons per hectare per year. There is another system called pan culture, where it is mostly relevant for the culture-based fisheries in the wetlands and the bills of the state of Assam and other states of the northeast region, where we have several wetlands, especially in Manipur, Tripura, and Assam. And case culture is another options, where one can get a very good productions, especially this aquaculture in cases are being implemented in the large water bodies, say for example, the reservoirs and lakes. We have already initiated case culture things in a Umiam Lake in Meghalaya. Then running water fish culture system is another system where a good production of high value fish can be achieved, about 20 to 50 kg per meter square. Now, when you talk about the major species culture in the region, there are about 11 to 12 fish species are being produced at the carp hatcheries for aquaculture. The majority of these species are the Indian major carps, Rohum, Regal, and Katla, and there are other 3 exotic species called silver carp, grass carp, and common carp. But in Tripura, there are 2 other species of fish which are being cultured. One is the freshwater prawn, is Macrobacterium rosinbergi, and Ompok pabda. And in Manipur, there is another fish called, endemic species, it's a Pangba osteobroma belengere, which faces very high price in the market, about 800 to 1,000 rupees per kilo. So that is being cultured in Manipur, and recently we have also introduced in the state of Meghalaya. Now, in addition to this, all these 11 to 12 species that are being cultured in the region, there is also possibility and tremendous potential for introducing these small indigenous fish species. The Northeast harbors about more than 200 small indigenous fish species. These fish species are very rich in protein, fatty acids, vitamins, and minerals. They are traditionally provides livelihood and the health and well-being of the rural people. So many small indigenous fish species can be introduced as a candidate species in freshwater aquaculture in the region for nutritional security as well as for income generation. Now, the seed and feed sectors, of course, there has been a tremendous growth in the fish seed industry, especially in the private sectors in the state of Assam. However, the fish feed industry is still at infant stage. So issues, also, okay, what are the issues before us? So if we really want to enhance the fish production in the region. Now, the most important issue is the water availability and quality, pond size and preparation, how they prepare liming, because most of our soils in the regions are acidic in nature, so there has to be a liming. So manures and fertilizers, the availability of manures and fertilizers, different species of fish that can be cultured or introduced into our systems, yearlings, because most of the times we see in the northeastern, in the hill regions, because we do not have sufficient time for the fish growth. Only about 7 to 8 months is a growing period, especially in the northeastern hill regions. So therefore, the yearlings are very important for stocking in the different ponds and tanks. Supplementary feeding. Then viable technology. What are the different kind of technology? As I mentioned earlier, the case culture technology, pen culture, or the pond aquaculture, or RAS system. So that can be one of the options. Where it is most relevant. Farmers training and capacity building. Now, at the ICR NES region, to enhance the fish productivity in the especially in the hills regions. So we have recently introduced genetically improved Amul Common Cup, which has really been well adopted by the farmers, mostly in the northeastern hill states of the region. And there has been a tremendous demand for this particular variety of fish for improving the production and productivity from the aquaculture pond. Now, another species that I just talked about is a pangba, which is a very high price. It's the endemic fish of the state of Manipur. And then, these we have already developed a simple techniques for induced breeding of these particular varieties, and it is also being cultured by many farmers for enhancing their production and productivity, as well as for enhancing their income. Then there are other high value prioritized fish species, especially the air-breathing fish species, the anabas, the morels, and clarias, and atropinatus, and cusia. These species are the fantastic source of mega healthy omega-3 fatty acids. Mega healthy fatty acids, and also it contains a good amount of calcium, magnesium, and potassium, and other minerals. So for this kind of species to culture, so we need to have a modern aquaculture system, especially the biofloc technologies can be utilized, or the recirculatory aquaculture systems can be of good use for producing this kind of high value species. The limiting factors in the region, the most important limiting factor is the inadequate transfer of technology, lack of private entrepreneurship, lack of good infrastructure facilities, low temperature in the hill regions is not conducive for culture of Indian major crop. That is why we need to look for other alternative species which can be grown under such conditions. Improper land ownership pattern, mostly in the hill states, and non-availability of quality feed, quality fish, and the affordable feed are they considered to be the major constraint for aquaculture development in the region. What are the probable strategies? The probable strategies is the increase in the coverage of areas of ponds and tanks for aquaculture practices, which the government of Meghalaya is doing under their aquaculture mission. Even the state of Assam is also doing under their World Bank funded project. increasing productivity of existing water bodies through different, culture techniques, diversification of fish species and intensification of cultural practices, quality fish feed production at appropriate time, and the integrated fish-based farming systems with agricultural crops and livestock. Then apart from this, there is also tremendous scope for ornamental fish breeding and culture, fish processing and value addition, capacity building and strengthening of the extension services in the state departments, support from the government and the financial sectors. Now, now from the ICAR NEH, to address some of the issues, we have already developed techniques for combination of two fish cultures for the middle aquaculture by including only two species called Lepiogonius and common carp. Then another three species combination also we have introduced, including the common carp, gonius, and the pontius species, which can be grown in seasonal ponds, because most of the ponds in the northeastern hill regions are small to marginal in size, and most of them are rain-fed ponds in the seasonal. So therefore, we need to look for an alternative species which can be grown under such conditions and can attain the marketable size within a limited period of time. Then case culture is another options for improving the productions from the large water bodies. So we have already tried this technologies in the state of Meghalaya. In fact, our another sister organization, ICSC is working on it on the case culture things, and we are collaborating with them to introduce this case culture systems in the state of Meghalaya. And pedicom fish culture, we already standardized for the middle aquaculture, and then it has been accepted, well accepted by the farmers of the state of Meghalaya. And in fact, pedicom fish culture, because rice is the staple diet for most of our northeast people. So this has been practiced by most farmers in the hill states, especially in Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh. Now, another integrated farming system that we have developed at the ICAR NES, it is a fish cum, poultry cum, horticulture system for the mid altitude, so that it can also generate not only the fish, but also it can generate multiple products for enhancing their farmers' incomes. Then value addition. Lastly, I'll just talk about a little bit about the value addition. Value addition, there is one particular species called fungus, which is being cultured in the state of Assam and other parts of the region, especially in Tripura. But this particular fish does not fetch good price, when it is is marketed in live condition or in raw condition. So this particular species was used for making value-added products such as sauces, then the pickles, and the fish popper. So this is one of the area where one can look into it for introducing the value-added products from the low-cost farm fish in the region. The entrepreneurship development and business venture in fisheries could be the first one is that the commercialization of aquaculture industry in the region. This is yet to start in our regions, unlike the other states in the mainland. The freshwater aquaculture for cultivable food fish, especially the table food market production. Operators grow fingerlings to table size market for household restaurants and food. Then the seed productions of cultivable food fish, especially the fingerling production, breeding and rearing of ornamental fish culture, integrated fish farming, fish feed mill, fish processing and value addition, and sport fisheries and ecotourism. So at ICAR NEH, we have also tried to develop the entrepreneurship skill and the entrepreneurship and the skill development in fisheries and aquaculture by motivating the unemployed youths under our agribusiness incubation program. So with this words, I would just end up my presentation. Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. In fact, 62% of the food fish will have to come from aquaculture by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Das, for your excellent presentation and information which you have shared. Now, moving towards to our next panelist, Dr. Sunil Dole. He is principal scientist, poultry science from ICAR, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare from Government of India. Dr. Dole, can we have you on
Yeah.
board? Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Dole. Please, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, ICC, all the distinguished dignitaries and the panelists. Without wasting much time on that, I would like to share my just slide. Let me. Actually, I'll be discussing. Already, we have covered all the livestock sector, but poultry, in context to the northeastern region specifically, just I would like to highlight some of the status and strategy. What I like to share my views on that. Okay, it's taking time actually to load my slide. In the meantime, just I'd like to give you a brief account of the poultry scenario as a whole and the world and specific to the northeastern region. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Dr. Dole, you are absolutely audible.
Yeah, actually, I'm not able to share my slide. It's taking time.
Probably due to some bandwidth issue, it may be taking some time. You can proceed without your slides. Probably it will take some time until and unless.
Okay.
Right? Thank you so much.
Okay. But as all of we know, already we have also discussed the poultry importance of poultry products. Say, poultry meat and eggs are most nutritious animal protein source. So that is why the poultry is one of the cheapest and most nutritious protein source. That is why importance of poultry for animal protein source is very important, and not in terms of food security and nutrition. At the same time, it is also giving in terms of economy. In terms of economy also is very important. If we talk about the poultry sector in the Indian context, basically two types of activity. That is, one sector is organized sector and another is unorganized sector. The organized sectors, which is intensively very sophisticated sector and basically dominated by the private sector, and the unorganized sector, where we are basically unorganized sector is a backyard type of poultry activity, rearing activity. So here the organized sector is basically dominated by the private. That's why actually is a very now sophisticated in Indian context. So India now even third and fifth position in the world context in terms of egg production and poultry meat production. So now we are producing around 103 billion eggs Indian, and out of this, Northeastern only 1 million, 1% we are contributing. So in terms of poultry production, Northeastern region is very much lagging behind, very underdeveloped. So here, the commercial type of poultry activity is almost very nil, means very little. So main reason is the feed problem. Feed is one of the most important. Feed constitute around 70% of the total cost of poultry production. So here in our region, cost of feed and quality is very poor. That is why the production of commercial poultry is very low, and ultimately, but our strength is in the rural poultry production system. Therefore, we are emphasizing more on the rural poultry production system in the region. Here, the backyard poultry production nowadays, even backyard poultry production, low input poultry bird, we have developed by our different state universities and ICR Institute. We have developed so many varieties which can perform under the low input system. Compared to the majority of the bird, total population of the bird here is around 94% total population of poultry population is in the rural condition. But their productivity is very low. That is why now this improved type of low input technology birds has been introduced in the region, and these are very much accepted by the region and are doing very well in our ICRC institute also. In the different our regional center, we have support AICRP on poultry breeding, then poultry seed project. Under those projects, we have been producing quality that improved type of poultry like Banaraja, Gramopia, Srinidhi, to this type of so many varieties we are producing and distributing into the farmers, and this productivity of this improved type of bird compared to the indigenous local bird, they are almost double. Say indigenous, from the indigenous local bird you will get hardly annual say 50-60 numbers, whereas in the case of this improved type of Banaraja bird you will get at least 120. So almost double number. That's why actually now popularity also very much popular in our region and accepted by the farmers. So I'm not able to share my, anyway, that is why we are giving, I'll not talk much about the commercial part. Here we are giving more emphasis on the rural poultry production system. That's why some of the state what we need to do. So that part I would like to discuss here a little bit regarding this, because if we go for strategy, development of strategy, that if we see we have a diversity in terms of various significant diversity in terms of poultry, different poultry variety, breed, and other diversity. So here we need to give more emphasis on the development of location-specific poultry variety, which is very much fit to our region. Then second point, backyard, under the backyard system, that availability of this cheaper feed is one of the major problem. That's why that feed supplement is very much important. So quality identification of the different locally available feed ingredient and development of cheaper feed or ration for the rural poultry is very much important. We need to give more emphasis on that part also. At the same time, we are giving more, and that's importance to supply the quality seeds, even through our ICR and different AICRP project, we are supplying seeds, and that way we are, even farmers are also getting benefit. That already we are implementing by our ICR Institute. Then apart from this, our farmers are very much ignorant. They need to be trained up, because nowadays this even rural poultry biosecurity, then bird flu, these are the problems. So at least we need to train up the farmers about the different disease prevention and other disease parts also. Through training and monitoring, we need to scale up all those points. Then even veterinary services in the whole field level, we need to provide. These are one of the most important aspects. Then apart from that, poultry disease, we even different feed and medicine supply availability in the rural area is very much scarcity. So we need to give more provision, give more emphasis on the providing different facilities, availability of vaccine and medicine in the timely this one. So these are the one of the maybe, that is why we are giving more emphasis on the rural poultry production system in the northeastern region. Among the northeastern region, of course, Assam is the leader. The almost 70% total population, they are accounting for almost 70%. Major production is in the Assam. From Assam only, whatever we are importing from outside as a entire region, we are importing eggs from the outside. So even in our region, only per capita availability is 33. Whereas in the Indian context also, it is only 79. We need 180 as per recommendation, ICMR recommendation. But so our availability is very less. Now, still there is a very huge demand. So we need to scale up our production, and there is a huge scope for rural poultry production under low input system. Rural poultry production system is very much high scope in our northeastern region, and that is why we are giving more emphasis on the rural poultry production system in the region. So this is all about the, because of my slide not visible, I'm not able to convey all the information.
No issues, Dr. Dole. What we can do, you can kindly send me your slides. You can simply email it to me, so we can share it with all the panelists and other delegates. We have already shared a message, dropped a message over the chat. If anybody has any queries, they can directly mail it to me, so we can reply back to them. So, Dr. Dole, would you like to conclude your deliverables right now?
Yeah, that is after all, even in the conclusion, just I would like to say the poultry, egg and meat production in the, and regarding our NER is still not very satisfactory. Even these are the growth, even of course in terms of population, little growth is there, but in terms of productivity, our growth is very less. So we need to improve the productivity, because through under backyard also through that improved type of through rearing the improved backyard poultry variety, we can improve our production productivity. So even we need to develop some location-specific variety for our region. Already in the northeastern Assam, they have developed one Kamrupa variety that is also performing well. Some other from our Tripura center also on the pipeline. Then, so again, we are giving more emphasis on development of location-specific variety. Then even for the marketing system is very poor. Even for the rural poor farmers, we need to guide them in the marketing, give them linkage for proper benefit of the farmers. So this is a little bit all about the rural poultry details. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunil Dole, and absolutely we have noted all your recommendations. Now, moving towards, now may I request Dr. Arnab Sen. He is Principal Scientist and Head from Animal Health Department. He is also representing from ICAR, from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Over to you, Dr. Sen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pranjal. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you so much. Very warm greeting to every one of you here, all the esteemed panelists and the members of ICC. It's a great, event, because I've been listening to all the presentations. It's been so educative. So I'll just briefly touch upon the issue of animal health. So I would like to share my screen, and I hope, yeah. So is the screen visible now?
It is visible.
Yeah. So basically, I would be speaking on some aspects which are very critical to livestock rearing. So first, animal health and human health are integrally related, because animal health and human health are complementary to each other. So well-being of the animal population is an important ingredient and determinant of human health, which is very well exemplified in the COVID-19 pandemic, because any animal spillover could affect the human population in a very drastic manner. So now coming to the contextual importance of the Northeast, because Northeast, the area is around 263,000 square kilometers. It shares a 4,500 kilometer long international porous border and is connected to the mainland by a 22 kilometer long chicken neck corridor. Now, the geoclimatic condition of Northeast favors for close interaction with livestock, human, wild population. As many of my earlier speakers also stated, the two major features of this area
One being the small land holding, and second being the compositeness of the farming practices render this area unique when compared to the other areas of the country. So here you can see that the Northeast has high rainfall, humidity, dense forest, and there's a diverse wild fauna in this region, and it favors the multiplication and maintenance of infectious agents, and also close interactions between human, domestic, and wild animals quickly propagate and spread, and lead to emergence of spillover events, so as to say. Now, the livestock densities and movement in Southeast Asia, if you see, it's quite inter-border, cross-border movement is very common, and the movement frequencies are quite high in this region, which calls for a lot of vision. Now, in the livestock movement routes in Meghalaya also, you can see that inter-district movements, then interstate movements are very common. There's a lot of transit from one district or from one area to the other. So this renders the concept of transboundary diseases. So now when we speak about transboundary diseases, there are three flexible categories. First is the epidemic diseases of strategic importance, which are accorded top priority by the empress at the global level, and they have a country or region specific consequence. Then there are diseases which require tactical attention at the international or regional level. So these are diseases also which are quite formidable. And then you have the emerging or evolving diseases. So this particular list is of primary concern, as we are experiencing a lot of new disease incurrence, new disease events, novel diseases coming up. Then the main aspect is surveillance. As Professor P.K. Uppal, who is a noted virologist, spoke, that surveillance in this region is very important. So where a disease is unknown in an area or has been absent for a long time, only 1 or 2 cases may qualify as an epidemic and warrant immediate attention. Now, surveillance is very important to prevent the further spread of diseases. So where disease has been present at a fairly constant prevalence level for some time, a marked upswing in the number of cases seen may signal a change in status from endemic to epidemic. Thus, the primary role of surveillance is to detect these changes, because there's no, size which fits all. So it depends on the particular disease, it depends on the particular context, and it depends on the particular point in time at which the disease takes place. Now, if we look at the concept of transboundary disease surveillance, the countries which have the ability to detect a new incursion or change in the status of an existing disease are very successful in controlling them. So transboundary diseases, many of which have the greatest impact, are those countries where the surveillance is very weak, or due to many reasons, the surveillance has failed. So the key to success in handling animal disease epidemics is early detection. Now, what is early detection? The early detection relies on the fact that a disease can be arrested and eliminated before it inflicts damage if we have the detection and surveillance system in place. So at the end of it, surveillance is the primary key to effective disease management. So only surveillance is not efficient. There should be a disease risk communication or the disease status communication also. So surveillance has a very important role in monitoring of progress and control of any eradication program. Now, the word surveillance has been almost invariably used with the term monitoring, and it's only recently that serious thought has been given to defining these two words. So surveillance may be thought of a more broader sense in terms of watching a population closely in order to see if a disease makes an incursion. So object of surveillance is early detection of disease. So all regular activities are aimed at ascertaining the health status of a given population with the aim of early detection and control of animal diseases of importance to national economies, food security, and trade. So it's very important to have preventive surveillance, to have prospective surveillance in place rather than going for, carrying out activities once the disease has occurred.
Then monitoring, on the other hand, is a more specific activity that will follow as part of an early reaction should surveillance activities indicate introduction of disease. So here it's all those activities aimed at detecting changes in epidemiological parameters of a specific disease. So monitoring and prevalence follows surveillance. So the logistic gaps in animal health in this region is that strengthening of animal health laboratories and modification of peripheral laboratories to handle emerging transboundary diseases. Then there has to be characterization of pathogens associated with mixed infection. Then development of standard diagnostic assays and good like GMP, GLP certified labs to go for absolutely foolproof diagnosis, identification of entrepreneurs and startup ventures for manufacture and quality control of diagnostic kits, biological products and vaccines. Then validation of diagnostic kits developed indigenously by third-party networks. Then empowering state peripheral laboratories in data generation. And there's a RDDL and a Department of Animal Husbandry Dairy Network to aid in diagnosis of animal diseases. So these are some of the logistic gaps, and the priorities are to implement an effective surveillance, epidemiological, and monitoring mechanism. The other priority is to undertake programs on disease ingress or spillover, because when we look into the integrated farming system, composite farming systems, the interaction between different species of livestock is high, so that can lead to spillover events. So we have to keep our vigil on, then to implement effective and validated diagnostic and surveillance modules, and to undertake research programs on effective diagnostic flow plans or novel techniques for rapid and reliable detection of livestock pathogens in the northeastern region. Now, if we look at the disease management system, there are basically four components. One is data generation and collection, then data assembly, data analysis, and the utility of that analyzed data. So when we generate data, the disease data, it has to have components like diagnostics, the sample frame, and now under the new context is the One Health samples, which are very important, the environmental, human, and animal samples collected in a single platform. Then the sorting of data, cataloging, sample testing. So real-time data assembly is very important. Then followed by data analysis, which can lead to better forecasting of an event. The risk assessment is more accurate. The risk mapping is very accurate. We can target and delineate, categorize hotspots, particular locations which are of risk, and then we could go for policy decision making, risk management, and communication based on all those three previous steps. So the information flow and the disease information management is of paramount importance. Now, if we look at the problem analysis for the health aspect for the northeastern region, we have to first strengthen our infrastructure and capabilities in developing or deploying latest diagnostics, because without that, for example, we had a meeting day before yesterday on transboundary diseases, wherein they had suggested that we have to go for deep sequencing and try to find out metagenomic approaches to detect abnormal animal or human pathogens which could be lurking around. So that is one approach which has been coming up after the COVID-19 experience. Now, as all of us know that Southeast Asia is a hotspot for emerging infectious diseases and transboundary diseases, there's a high socioeconomic impact both on the animal production systems, human health, and also on the economic well-being as such. So this calls for a very important prioritization of these diseases for this region. Then the strengths are that there are a number of research and academic institutes. The Lukis policy of the government has given preference and continues giving a lot of importance for this region developmentally. Then the international proximity to several countries helps in potential trade linkages. Many diseases that are present in neighboring countries are not present here. So we are, lucky that way. So livestock keeping is traditional and natural to farmers due to less availability of arable land, and region has 2/3 highest pig and duck population. Now, the weaknesses are that this region has difficult geotopology, climatic variability is very drastic and very pronounced. There are underdeveloped surveillance and monitoring infrastructure, inadequate veterinary services, obscure connectivity, absence of network laboratories for proper monitoring and communication, socio-political disturbances, and porous international boundaries. And the opportunities are several. Some of them are the deficiency in livestock production, as pointed out earlier, also leads to a high demand for animal products, immense trade potential, fast growing, and inherent captive market to absorb quality livestock produce. So now the threats also include the international forest boundary, near contiguous forest cover, then under-monitored movement of livestock across international borders, specifically in countries like Mizoram, where PRRS used to regularly cross over from neighboring Myanmar. Then many exotic diseases present in neighboring countries, which can easily affect us, and exemplified by the African swine fever, which we encountered in 2020. High rainfall and humid conditions favors multiplication and maintenance of infectious agents, close interactions between human, domestic, and wild animals. So basically, the outcome is threats outweigh strength due to many weaknesses for any region to realize its true potential for livestock diseases from the health point of view. Now, we need state-of-the-art modern laboratories to handle exigencies, because on site, because it's, we have to save on precious time. Because if we don't have that critical mass of trained resource or the logistics in place and an early warning system for these diseases, because it's just a matter of time before we start encountering many more diseases. For example, 2 days back in Europe, there were cases of Lassa fever being reported, and that's a dangerous hemorrhagic disease caused by arena virus. So there will be many such events. Then Nipah virus is very much present in neighboring Bangladesh. It can anytime spill over. So we have to have readiness in forms of technological products like diagnostic assays, vaccines, serum banks, clinical samples, and a scientifically validated disease database. Now, another very important thing is that vaccination has to be planned, and there has to be a sufficient stock of vaccines with regard to foot and mouth, classical swine fever, porcine circovirus, hemorrhagic septicemia, PPR, because we all are focusing on African swine fever. Of course, it's very devastating, but one never considers that if an animal is infected with porcine circo, it has transient immunosuppression. And in such cases, administering classical swine fever virus doesn't lead to, desired level of immunity being conferred to that animal and renders it susceptible to various diseases. So vaccination, strategic plans for vaccinating animals with sufficient stock at hand is one very important requirement for this region. And we have to have cold holds established both for product transport as well as for storage facilities for vaccines and biologicals with adequate power backup, because more than 10% to 15% of vaccines are rendered unworthy due to break in cold chain. So creation of last mile cold chain facilities for delivering vaccines up to farmers is a very important aspect of last mile connectivity. Then the way forward is strengthen infrastructure for surveillance. As I told, surveillance is very critical in this region. Forge network connecting existing lab and institutions in this region, uplinked with referral institutes. We already have a One Health network in place, which started last year in November, involving 27 national partners. Then create pool of trained manpower able to handle eventualities in this region itself, rather than waiting for the results to be confirmed from, so that action can be initiated at the earliest. So these are some of the important observations which our group for the last 7 or 8 years we've been working on. So we found out a novel cluster of porcine circovirus, which was published in Infection Genetics and Evolution. So this indicated possible recombination along with changes in capsid protein, which could be devastating. It could alter the virulence of the virus. And so this region is very dynamic when it comes to disease spillovers. That's what I'm trying to emphasize. Then we identified porcine PRRS for the first time in the country in 2012. And due to a series of control measures, this disease has thankfully been controlled, and even Mizoram is reporting lesser cases. And now there are evidences of spillover of bovine viral diarrhea to pigs and vice versa, classical swine fever virus to cattle. At least some initial, cross-species transmission has been noted. We are working more on that. Then we have detected PRRS and ASF in 2020 because we communicated results in March 2020 from the Upper Assam samples and PRRS. So another aspect which is very important finally before I conclude is wildlife disease spillovers, because there have been cases reported from Assam Zoo where jackals, civet cats, then hyenas were affected with canine distemper virus, and we've got the isolate and we are collaborating with IVRI on this. So wildlife spillover is another very important aspect to be kept in mind. So if you look at the way poultry is slaughtered under semi-urban or rural conditions, there's every chance of disease spilling over to the human population unless awareness, unless surveillance, and unless communication is made very regularly to the susceptible population at large. And the main thing is, along with enhancing production, we have to keep control of health or health monitoring very important in our day-to-day strategies and planning, or else there could be several events waiting to unfold, as we already have seen in the recent COVID-19 pandemic. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arnab Sen, for your very detailed and important slides. Of course, health is very important. Now we would like to request Mr. Alfred Wall. He's the president from Polar Genetics, Canada. May I request Mr. Alfred Wall to kindly address your presentation? Mr. Alfred.
Thank you very much. Good early morning from Alberta in Canada. I'm happy that ICC has put this program on. There we go. And that Pranjal Barwa has helped me in getting all of this organized for this WebEx presentation. So I'd like to talk about what has been called a pink revolution for the pig industry compared to the white revolution for milk production, the blue revolution even for aquaculture, and in this case, revisioning the India piggery sector, and hopefully along with Polar Genetics Canada. Okay. The center and many state governments recognize the need for increased production and productivity in all agricultural sectors, and it's been noted here in this forum from a number of people that this applies to livestock production in particular. The scientists need to work with farmers to create wholesome and safer foods, and where higher incomes demand more meat consumption, and suggests that meat consumption will double in the next 10 years. Where's my... Okay. Are you controlling this, Pranjal?
Yeah, we can do that. You want us to run this presentation?
I'm having difficulty here.
Yes, yes. Please tell me the next, then I will go to the next. Okay, sir.
Yeah, you kindly just just give a command of for the next slide so he
Okay,
can,
then let's have this slide over. Next slide. And the next slide. Okay, so higher income for farm families on small holdings can be done with something like 50 to 100 sows, farrow to finish on a 1 to 2 acre footprint. And Meghalaya has already indicated that 209 crores rupees is being suggested for increase in pig production. Hygienic slaughter and processing assures healthy pork products, and new slaughter and processing have been built in Punjab. New facilities coming up in Assam have been in Meghalaya and in Kerala. Next. So just want to talk about these next. So purebred Canadian pigs can be imported with high efficient levels from low inbreeding coefficients in the breeding stock. We have a chance for electronic data recording and farm management through the Canadian Centre for Swine Improvement, and genetic measures and evaluations for swine improvement include estimated breeding values for pigs, so that an index system can easily identify the best pigs. Next. Our productivity for Yorkshire Large White, Landrace, and Duroc is shown here with the numbers indicated for total pigs born and the number of piglets born live. So we can see that very high in Yorkshire and Landrace, and the Duroc is essentially a sire line, and so the productivity is not so critical if we're primarily interested in boar sales. Next. This shows the growth rate and the back fat and the loin depth for a large number of pigs, and the data that's there that pigs are growing quickly to 120 kilos at low back fat levels and large loins as a measurement of meatiness in the pigs. Next. So the sow productivity calculations are shown here: total born, live born, litters per sow per year, piglets per sow per year, and the pre and post weaning mortalities. Next. So we only have kind of one or two comparisons for productivity differences and the number of pigs. So there's only one farm that's reporting in 2016 and has half the productivity that large numbers of Canadian pigs have here. Next. Looking for sow productivity in particular, because that seems to be a significant limitation in the Indian population that's been perhaps more inbred than normal. But we're looking for physically sound animals, big appetite so that the pigs can grow, easy breeders, prolific litter size, and longevity beyond 8 litters. Next. Physical soundness, indications for all of these various traits, and to ensure that the sows have a long range breeding capability. Next. So easy breeding, big appetite during lactation, regular heat cycles on the 21-day schedule, good enough soundness that they can be carry the boar for the breeding period, and a low repeat returns to service. Next. Prolificacy indicated by hopefully average litter size of 11.5 live pigs and 10.5 pigs weaned to give a 21 pigs per sow per year productivity for the white breeds in particular. Next. looking for these animals to stay longer term in the herd so that you can get the best value from having purchased these pigs. Next. Pig performance, next. So part of the consideration for monetary earnings and for increases in productivity or increases in earnings requires that you have full facilities at every stage of production, looking at weekly farrowings and weekly marketings. Okay, adequate balanced feed available at each stage of production, whether for sows or the growing pigs, access to clean water, ambient temperature control, hopefully between 16 and 25 degrees, but that's going to depend in India absolutely on the season. Okay, next. Expectations of high production levels, litters per sow per year of 2.3 compared to probably 1.8 that's ongoing in India at this time. Low piglet mortality, hopefully that they can be weaned from the sow at a good heavy weight so they can grow on from themselves, and a low feed efficiency. Next. Next. These data are available, but they're not there. So environmental comfort that needs to allow space for farrowed sows and large litters, good ventilation, clean floors and penning, not so much clean pigs. Next. Performance measures, high feed intake on ad lib feeding. I don't think very much of that is being done, so you need some good quality self-feeders for the growing pigs. Low back fat thickness for increased meatiness actually will give a better feed conversion ratio compared to fat pigs, and a maximal carcass competition with a high lean yield. Next. We'll just go through this next. Next. So pigs can be raised either in small groups or in large groups if you have enough pigs to make that work, but provide adequate spacing with no crowding particularly. Otherwise, there can be repercussions from low feed conversion when the pigs get too crowded. Okay. Access to clean waters at 2 liters per minute is in a nipple flow if that's how you're feeding your pigs and watering your pigs. Next. Feed conversion efficiency shown here for the various stages of growth, and feed formulations using balanced rations, including vitamins and minerals. And Nitin Verma made mention of that in his presentation, that Polar Canadian Swine LLP has access to high quality premixes from Canada. Next. Minimize wastage by using good feeders if you are in fact self-feeding particularly. Many of the food wastes may need to be cooked from the perspective that even killing bacteria is a critical aspect to this, and some of them need to be cooked because to deactivate deleterious enzymes. Okay, next. Next. Hygienic slaughter is something that really does need to be done, and so there are a number of slaughter plants being introduced even in Northeast, but perhaps some of them need to have a regular supply of pigs in order to justify pig slaughter on a chain value. So, and some refrigeration is required for the carcass after slaughter. Next. And so carcass characteristics looking for a high dressing percentage of 80% if it is that the head and feet are included in the carcass. High lean yield, though, is related to the muscling in the pig, and looking for a lean carcass, particularly because that has higher value essentially than other pigs. Long, and if you take a look at that photograph, the pigs are actually quite similar in the way that they've been processed. Next. Okay, always looking for good quality pork with a good color score necessarily, and with some intramuscular fat in the loin in particular. Next. Economics of production is critical to the success of the operations, and so you need to have consistent production throughput. Next. We can import some live pigs through the state breeding policies if the state has allowance for that. We can have a tender process for the tendering of frozen semen. Next. So small orders can be done through freight, and if there's large numbers, then it takes a charter flight. And those pigs that came from UK, I think, may very well have been on a charter flight. Next. Okay, that we can take care of helping you with any pig imports or semen imports for that matter. We have a skills development program that details daily activities that should be looked at for each pig. Next. Okay. Modern pig reproduction is crucial to having some success for farmers there. Economical production required with low feed conversions, particularly increased productivities, and constant management supervision of the herd by trained technicians. Next. Okay, so the summary then: highly trained staff are necessary. Hygienic slaughter is critical to successful hygienic slaughter and processing. And if you have some retail experience, it would be good that should be trained people. And profitability through accurate accounting. Next. Thank you very much. My pleasure to have been here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alfred Val. It's a good to hear you and see you after a long time. And thank you so much for your detailed presentation. And moving towards, may I request Mr. Marcus Bates? He is the Chief Executive representing British Pig Association from United Kingdom. Mr. Marcus Bates. Yes, we can see your slides as well. That shows UK capabilities in pig breeding and genetics. Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate it's already 5:30. So for you, so I will try to be as quick as possible that presentation. My name's Marcus Bates. I'm the Chief Executive of the British Pig Association, but I also head up an organisation called UK Technology and Agricultural Genetics, which covers the whole of the agri-tech sector. The British Pig Association, just to give you some background, was established in 1884. We're a not-for-profit organisation that after 14 breeds of pigs, but we're an experienced partner with the UK government. We work with Jackfruit on certification, and we also work with the Department of International.
Yeah, so your voice is breaking, sir. Just kindly close to the microphone, please.
Okay. Is that any better?
Yes, sir. It's better. Yeah.
It's better now.
Okay. We worked with the Department of International Trade for the last 20 years as a trade challenge partner. What I wanted to emphasize here is the over the last 135 years, we've been involved in the development of a modern pig industry whilst maintaining and protecting our indigenous breeds, which is a point that Dr. Mohan made in his presentation from NRC, that you want to still keep your indigenous breeds in the Northeast. Don't want to replace them with completely with exotic breeds. And that's a model that we recognize and understand in the UK. We have 95% of our production in large-scale commercial units, modern hybrid pigs, but we still have more than 30,000 small producers using indigenous breeds. And Nick Lowe, the Deputy High Commissioner from Calcutta, mentioned this about the role of genetics. What is it that UK pig industry has to offer to producers in the Northeast? It's 40 years of genetic progress. It's a 50% increase in productivity, 33% increase in efficiency, eating less feed, more lean meat per ton, that's been doubled, and 50% reduction in manure. That was pointed out as being a significant problem dealing with pig waste. And all of these factors here are not just about profitability, they're also about efficiency. Efficiency drives profitability, but it also drives sustainability. All of these have contributed enormously to make pigs one of the best choices for sustainable intensification and the production of high quality protein that's required. Sort of genetics we're talking about, the large white. These white breeds that we have in the UK, they're extremely productive. In the nucleus herds, the best herds are producing 16 pigs per litre and almost a kilogram of growth per day on test. We have terminal lines like the Hampshire. The best ones, the top 10% say, are doing 110 kilos in 130 days. But we also have breeds like this, the large black, which is one of our indigenous breeds and very similar to some of the breeds that you have here in the Northeast. We also have a range of production in the UK. So we have indoor production in units like this, very high levels of investment, very intensive system, but we also have low investment systems in outdoor production. And this is driven by the demand by consumers for high welfare pork. So consumers want to have the pigs outside in the UK. Now, I'm not proposing that that's necessarily what you will need to do in India in the short term, but what this indicates is that the genetics that we are using are very adaptable. So they can adapt to different kinds of systems. And it doesn't mean that if you bring in exotic genetics that you have to have enormous investment in facilities. We have genetics that are adaptable to low investment systems. So we have a range across the whole sector, from high-tech breeding like this, where we're going to extremes to identify the very best possible pigs, to low investment production systems like this. This is a farm just 40 miles from where I'm speaking to you today. And I've been very lucky to visit the Northeast region. I've visited the National Pig Research Centre in Rani, and I've been to the mountains of Mizoram and seen pigs there. I've visited the farms in Meghalaya where the UK pigs are now installed, and we're very proud to be part of this project, which is going to enhance the livelihood of tens of thousands of farmers, some of whom I met when I visited the NRC pig. And finally, of course, I was in the quarantine in Delhi a couple of years ago now, when the 260 pigs arrived from the UK. And we're very, very pleased to be part of this project. Having met the farmers in the Northeast, I believe very strongly that there's a lot of potential for us to help and work together. My colleague from Canada mentioned the business of live exports. Yes, it's very expensive and it's quite high risk, but it's something we have a lot of experience with. This is one that we exported to the United States in 1895. So we have a lot of experience in this, but it is expensive, and that's why, picking up again on what Dr. Mohan said, I think artificial insemination has a huge role to play in the development of the pig industry in Northeast India. The ability to transport genetics internationally as frozen semen or even fresh semen is so much more efficient than having to move live animals. Yes, you may want to bring in a herd of sows to start with, but once you've got the initial breeding stock, you can top them up with genetics through artificial insemination. This is a unit in the UK, which I was very lucky to visit with my good friend, Professor Upal. And this is one of the businesses in the UK that's very experienced in shipping frozen semen. I myself was involved in introducing artificial insemination to the pig industry in the Philippines during the 1980s. So I know the sort of benefits that it can bring. But we're also involved in the whole of the wider agri-tech sector, right across the whole piece. And I'd like to just take 2 minutes to introduce you to our new agri-tech portal, which we have launched with the Department of International Trade. This is agritech-uk.org. On there, you can find different capability documents for different sectors. This one is our capability in livestock and genetics. And in there, you can find information about our dairy cattle and how they're performing around the world, about our unique goat breeds, Yorkshire dairy goats. They're one of the highest yielding goat breeds in the world and unique to the United Kingdom. I think they would have a big role to play in dairy production in Northeast India. Companies like Cogent, who are world leaders and specialists in semen sexing technology, which can also play an important part if you're going to have dairy and beef production. You want to be able to choose what sex the calves are going to be. Our world-class sheep industry, which Nick Lowe touched on, we export around the world and get very good results. And of course, our poultry industry. Some 90% of the world's broiler chickens start their lives as either GGPs, GPs, or parent stock in the United Kingdom. And our research base. We have a very, very strong research base. The UK is home to many, many top international facilities such as Roslin and Babraham. But this is one that we've put together in partnership between government and industry, the Centre for Innovation and Excellence in Livestock, where we're developing a lot of new science and techniques for the livestock industry. So all that information is available on that portal at agritechuk.org, and I do hope you'll take the chance to visit it. But in summary, I'd just like to say that the British Pig Association's been involved in the same journey that Northeast pig farmers and government are undertaking. And we're equally committed to the conservation of indigenous breeds and genetic resources as we are to developing modern industrial production with exotic breeds. We've faced many of the same challenges that the Northeast states have identified in livestock development. We can offer expertise and technology across the whole sector. We can introduce Northeast private investors and entrepreneurs to UK companies across the entire agri-tech sector, and we have a wealth of experience of working with government. And we look we're very much looking forward to working with you in the coming years. I myself hope that now that COVID-19 is coming under control, that I will be able to return to the Northeast because I enjoyed my time there very much. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marcus Bates. Really, we had a very grateful presentation from your side. Now, Dr. Pratik Desai. May I request Dr. Pratik Desai? He is the Chief Executive Officer and the Technical Director from Matsya Technologies Limited from United Kingdom. Dr. Desai, yeah, we can see you. You're very much visible. Can you unmute your audio, please? Dr. Desai? Dr. Desai, I believe you're having some challenges to connect. Uh, we'll wait for Dr. Desai. Let's moving towards to our next speaker, panelist. May I request Mr. Andy Richardson? He's head of corporate affairs from Wallach International Limited from United Kingdom. Thank you so much, Mr. Andy Richardson. Over to you.
Very much, and I really appreciate the invitation to speak today. So, Prajal, if you could put my slides up, that would be really appreciated.
Absolutely, I'll do that.
Thank you very much.
May I request Mr. Debabrata Roy? Can I have the slides on?
Perfect.
Thank you, Debabrata.
Thank you very
Over
much.
to you.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much for the invitation. What I'd like to do is give you three things today. One is an overview as to who Volac is and what I do. Secondly, to talk about the, can you go back a slide, please, Prajal? To give you an overview about the global dairy market at the moment, and then talk about specific opportunities that I believe there might be for investment and developing the northeastern dairy market. So, by brief introduction, as I say, my name is Andrew Richardson. I'm head of corporate affairs at Volac. I also chair the Food and Drink Board for the Welsh Government, and I sit on the UK Food and Drink Strategic Trade Advisory Group, which is a group that advises the UK government on trade deals, which I'll come back to in a second. So in terms of Volac, it's a family-owned business. There's three product areas. There's animal nutrition, which is basically milk powders for baby animals. It's fat products for dairy cows, and it's silage additives for preserving forage. The performance and dairy ingredients is essentially whey proteins for human consumption and lactose products for ingredients, again, in human consumption. Next slide, please, Rajal. In terms of operations, very quickly, the orange shows where we sell. We sell globally. We have manufacturing operations on the left, the US, a lot in the UK, some in Europe, and one in China and two in Malaysia. Next slide, please. So that was a very quick intro to who Volac is. What I'd like to do is just give you some context for global dairy situation before I focus on India specifically. So apologies for those of you who very well understand the dairy market, but basically prices at the moment are very high. There was a few reasons for that. Essentially, supply is reduced. You may be aware that New Zealand has reduced their production because of the weather. Cow numbers in the US are actually below what they normally are, and environmental pressures, high feed prices, lack of labour are all keeping supply down. But actually, on the good news side, trade has been recovering post-pandemic, which we hope we're coming out of, obviously. There is demand increasing, but that's been tempered by the increase in transport shipping costs, particularly. China are a big player, you'll be aware of that, and they've moved from what I call a just-in-time supply model to a just-in-case model. In other words, they're stocking up on products, particularly dairy products. Other than that, people such as the oil exporters like Nigeria and Indonesia, who previously found dairy very expensive, are now importing dairy again because the prices of oil, of course, clearly are rising. And then finally, inflation is a big issue. It's certainly a massive issue in the UK. And what's happening at the moment is retailers are really struggling to get those price rises through. The producers are really struggling to get price rises through to retailers. So that's a really quick background to the global dairy situation. On top of that, we shouldn't forget that sustainability, biodiversity, water use, they're all massive issues and they're building. And of course, dairy is being very affected. Next slide, please. So why am I interested in India? Well, one of my roles is, as I said earlier on, that I sit on the Strategic Trade Advisory Group. And as such, we're very involved in the UK-India Free Trade Agreement. And from what I understand, you've had the first round and things, I understand, are going very well. So that's great news. So I think the opportunities between our countries are very good. I also recognise that India is #1 in the world for milk production and is largely self-sufficient. But for me, there are going to be some really seismic changes in the Indian dairy market. And what I mean by that is, you'll probably all know that the Indian dairy market is largely 60% unstructured, and previous speakers spoke about their sectors, that sort of structure and unstructured approach. But within the organised sector, i.e. the remaining 40%, that's largely controlled by the co-ops. So I really do believe that over the next few years, the level of structure in the Indian dairy market will increase. I'm talking about processing, I'm talking about infrastructure, I'm talking about chilled distribution. I think that will significantly improve. But also, given the right investment, Indian dairy farmers, I believe, will increase in size, adopt technology and buildings, nutrition, etc. So given the fact that milk is a really important source of protein for India, I think there will be a seismic transformation in the way milk is produced in India. Obviously, northeastern India is a particularly important area. The reason why I popped this slide up here is it just shows you very quickly EBITDA margin on the on the bottom, and revenue CAGR on the left. And what it's really making the point is that ice cream, cheese, whey, yogurt are all very high added values, but they're not the mass market. The liquid sector, particularly UHT, is. But there was real opportunities in dairy. Next slide, please. Now, I don't know whether my friend Shiva's on the call, but just trying to land this a little bit in northeastern India. So the picture I've been trying to build is dairy, very important going forward. The trends are good globally. India, I think we're going to get this seismic change and a real opportunity. What I'm trying to do is to ground this in northeastern India. And the quote that I took from Shiva was, as you can read for yourself, northeastern region is still untapped and can be a real potential business opportunity for dairy companies in the medium term. Apart from milk powder and UHT, there are modest growth prospects for value-added dairy products like cheese. So far, this milk deficient region has been largely serviced from other states. And really the point from this is, I believe there's an opportunity to gear up, increase northeastern dairy production. Next slide, please. So, final slide. I just want to spend a little bit of time on this. So for me, I believe that there was an opportunity to invest in dairy in India, and there were 6 reasons for that. Firstly, at the top, it's an important food sector. I understand it's 20% of the household food consumption, dairy, and actually it's the largest food and beverage category. So it's got scale. It's clearly important in India. The second point, growth of organised sector. That's the point I made earlier on. I really see that there'll be this seismic change, which will improve the organisation, the logistics, the cold chain distribution of the Indian dairy sector, and that will be in combination with investment. Third point there is about attractive financial profile. So that's making the point that EBITDA margins are actually very good. Some estimates they are between 5 and 8%, and even double digits. So in terms of investment opportunities, there really could be a good opportunity in India. The next point is about improving infrastructure. Again, it's a similar point to the sort of organisational bit, but I do believe that the infrastructure, particularly cold chain distribution, will have to change and will be improving over the coming years. And the final 2 points are favourable policies. I'm not a government expert, and there are far better people on this call than me, but I do believe that actually governments now see that actually they're putting in place policies that will encourage dairy production and processing in certainly in India and including northeast India. And I know very much the British government very much have prioritised trade with India to facilitate that. The final point there is about growth of health and wellness. You're all aware of Western food trends, I'm sure. If not, there's a real move now to health and wellness, and I would suspect some of those trends to move across to India, particularly whey protein in our case, in the diet. So I have rushed through this very quickly because I know time is tight. I would just say in my final 30 seconds, my conclusions are: demand for dairy is good. Globally, it's rising 4 to 5%. So the global demand is good. I do believe there is opportunity to invest in formalising the Indian dairy market, both at the primary production and a processing point of view. It does require infrastructure changes and farm changes, and that requires investment. Sustainability will be a critical issue. We all know that, but I do believe that will be particularly important for dairy. And I also do believe that British businesses, and that's why I get so excited about the free trade agreement, British businesses will be able to play a key part in enabling technologies, products and services to help India grow its dairy sector. So hopefully the timing was okay. Thank you very much for your time and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andy Richardson, for your excellent and detailed presentation, and of course the crisp presentation. Thank you so much. Now, coming back, may I request Dr. Pratik Desai? Yes, we can see you. Am I
Thanks.
audible?
Yes, you are.
Doctor.
Sorry, I just clicked share and it stopped working. So
no worries. Yes, so over to you, Dr. Pratik Desai. He is Chief Executive Officer and Technical Director from Matsya Technologies Limited from United Kingdom. Over to you, Dr. Desai.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This is very much appreciated, and thank you to all the speakers for this informative session. I'm going to talk to you about a few things about aquaculture, and that's my role. So at the start, I'm just showing you that, okay, so we've won awards in a variety of different sectors that we've entered. Matsya Technologies is focused on delivering aquaculture in a microplastic-free, healthy and sustainable production method. Growing fish on land is a very simplistic concept in many ways. It's similar to plants in a controlled environment. The cost of production is a major issue, and it's based on location, feed, and amenities. We, as Matsya, have proprietary technology and understanding on a wide variety of different aspects, which result in a collapse of price of production. And these are all proprietary, so you can't get them from anywhere else. And one of the things that I heard from the talk was about pond-based systems, which are quite prevalent in India and the Northeast. And I think there are 33,000 ponds in Meghalaya. And we are the only British company having a competitive offering for pond-based systems as well. And by that, we mean that we can increase capacity and yield instantaneously by retrofitting the existing ponds. So that's a unique capability that we have, which don't believe anyone else has in the EU itself. Our offerings are typically applicable for all types of aquaculture, and we have developed them in parallel for various end users. And the offerings are for pond-based systems, so as a retrofit or new build, enhanced recirculating aquaculture systems, or not better known as RAS technologies, which is, we have modified it slightly so it becomes a zero waste, complete water recycle with on-feed feed production, on-site feed production. And then the intense system, which is beyond RAS, and that's something which is a vertical approach where we can get massive scaling and nearly 400 kilograms per meter cube, We have a demonstration in the UK about this technology as well, but it's supposed to be more for very, very concentrated productions where land prices are very high. So city or urban-based production as opposed to production in where land is available, land availability is high. Just to give you an idea of what RAS is all about, basically recirculating aeration-based systems or agricultural systems focus predominantly on three major aspects. And one is buying excellent feed, providing sufficient quantities of oxygen, which all fish require, they all respire, so they need oxygen, and water treatment that goes along with it so that the environment is clean and healthy for the fish to live. And if you can provide these components in a relatively inexpensive way, you get a very, very improved boost in yield as well as product quality. What typically happens, though, is oxygen transfer is a very expensive process, especially in warmer climates, because oxygen cannot be dissolved easily in hot water or warmer water, and therefore the dissolution capacity is reduced. So you have to find ways to introduce oxygen into this liquid or increase your cost of production. And water treatment is another issue that comes in because there's underlying issues with the water itself, or even if the water is there, higher the production rate for any fish, faster the water or quicker the water gets dirty. And feed is typically one of the major unknowns and variables because it's all mostly imported, wide variety of feed requirements, and therefore, if you can, it's a very big advantage if you have on-site feed production. So that is what we focused on. And these are the core technologies, all proprietary technologies as I explained, and they've been tested in a wide variety of settings across the globe for oxygenation. So we are the cheapest microbubble production system in the world. And it's the sole supplier or sole producer is in, well, that's what we are. And all fish need oxygen, they thrive on it, but usually it's just a very expensive process. The other advantage we get is because of this oxygen, there's a limit, of course, but if you can manage this limit and at a low cost, then you can get increased metabolism, which then results in higher growth rates, yield, and total product. We have world-leading water treatment technology using advanced oxidative radicals. We've demonstrated it with fine chemical companies across the world for these processes. Aside from that, we also have our own proprietary bioreactors and fermenters with experts who designed some of the largest single-use fermenters in the world. One such fermenter was a 50,000-ton fermenter for feed production in the 90s. We've got ammonia recovery and upcycling, which is another big advantage that no one else has on offer. And that's, again, at the forefront of technology, working with some of the top waste management companies in the world. And we've also got pharmaceutical-grade disinfection and biofilm removal capabilities. The solid separation, which is a way you can separate feed from the production units, and drying is an expensive process. All bioreactors and bioprocesses take about 80% of the energetic costs go into downstream separation, and that's where our expertise is. So we can do that using a method called desertification, which is a very inexpensive way to float solid systems out. And all of these have been demonstrated individually to be one of the lowest cost technologies in operational basis. And with additional synergies that we can provide with process integration, we then get some of the lowest cost RAS technology out there. So just to get you into enhanced RAS, basically microbubbles, what are they? They're bubble size between 1 millimeter and smaller, about 1 micron. About 150 microns is the thickness of human hair, so you can have an idea of how small these things are. And they result in a higher yield, bigger size of produce, better health, faster growth, lower operating cost, as well as generally a bank of bubbles that are present, which then results in increased transfer of oxygen without having the need to pressurize the system. So this is a big advantage. And this gives us a wide variety of benefits all across the board. An example of one of our enhanced RAS systems, this is demonstrated to be one of the lowest energy operating energy systems out there. And we have shown that we get about more than 85% reduction in the operating power with comparing some of the top producers out there, and delivering 35% more oxygen at the same energy cost. So, and this is with air. So when we use it pure oxygen or 95% oxygen more appropriately, we get 175% greater delivery of oxygen. So it's a big win, a big advantage. So effectively, you can think of this as one of the ways where you can reduce your operating costs and also increase your production at the same time. We also have our fermenter systems and the ozonation systems that we've got, which then result in a complete zero waste system with no water wasted as well. And that is a major advantage because you want to be able to have a zero discharge, which is another big cost. And what we always say is you don't have to lose out on profitability just to achieve sustainability. If your process is inherently sustainable, profitability and profitable by itself, then that's a win-win. The fermenter or bioreactor technology came about with some of the ways that we can use two methods. We can use liquid waste generated by the aquaculture with growing systems and generate some parts of the protein rich feed, but that has to be combined with some of the other aspects that we can generate with our bioreactors, which include conversion of industrial flue gas into feed. And we have our sister company called Repel, which has demonstrated this at a fairly large scale, where we can have lipid-rich production of feed, combine it with feed additives, and combine it with our feed, which is protein-rich, together to get a very, very good combination of feed for a wide variety of animals. And this is on-site production. And this also includes some CO2 sequestration. So it's as I said, it again reduces greenhouse emissions or gas emissions whilst producing feed. And this way, we can actually, at scale, reduce the production to be as low as £40 a tonne. And this is with UK electricity prices. So this is a big advantage we've got. And we've got some of the top entomologists in the UK who are working with us, who will be working with us for insect health as well, which forms part of the feed when it's required. So it has a wide variety of experts from across the board working on this technology with us. Some examples of the feed that has been generated by the team. And we also have a tie-up with a company that's producing feed, but from brewery waste and sugar waste. And they've got 70% protein production. So we do have the partners as well. So we are very versatile as a process, and we can solve pretty much anything that comes in our way and produce it for that particular approach. One of the biggest parts, as I said, was the fact that we could not to separate out solids from these systems. And that's where the decisive flotation, the DZ flotation that I was talking about, has been done, which has been licensed to a major South Korean chaebol for water treatment. So that is a big win because we are significantly cheaper than current operating standards. One of the things I heard from the talk was about the ponds and the 33,000 ponds that are there in Meghalaya and a wide variety of different places where you have a reduction in or an increased need for production of fish. And this is something that is developed by us predominantly for the Asian market, where you could have a pond which is just suitable. We have our systems which go in and they can work in conjunction with the existing paddle wheels or as a new installation directly. And the major advantage is it increases the oxygen delivery to the system without increasing costs, operating costs significantly. And that has been modeled for, as in the designs are there for 1 acre farms, half hectare, 1 hectare, and 2 hectare farms. The bigger the farm, the better the production and the performance that we have noticed. We've got 99% reduction in the coliform bacterial count because higher oxygenation means healthier fish. And that's demonstrated by a wide variety of different people and scientists. An increase in yield and better feed conversion has been a big achievement in even ponds. So we do get reduction in power, faster growth, and larger produce in a pond-based system. It has been shown that we are 400% more efficient than paddle wheels, which was demonstrated, but that's at source. But overall, if you talk about the entire pond, because we have a wide distribution of the oxygen, we are significantly better than this 400%. And it can be paired, all of these technologies can be paired with solar PV or anaerobic digestion for even better returns. So that gives you an example of how much we have designed these systems to be inexpensive for a wide variety of capital outlays, but provide the right amount of payback as well for the farmer. We have, as I said, tie-up and synergies with Repel, which is an algal feed production company which produces lipid-rich feed. We have an IoT sensor company tie-up, which is with a company called Terabithia, which produces these sensors at a much, much lower cost than what is available in the market for some very innovative production and sensing methods. It's all logged using the Internet of Things, so it's all available on the mobile phone or any app. And we've also got tie-ups with renewable energy companies, so geothermal, which is less likely to be used in India, I suppose, but with solar PV approaches and nuclear approaches, as well as anaerobic digestion. So we do have that tie-up to further reduce costs if needed, and it depends on the business case that's available. Finally, one of the things I was listening to whilst hearing is upcycling chicken or swine slurry, and that's something we are engaged in. We have a project in Malaysia which has been stalled at the moment because of unsureties about political unsureties at the moment, but we have effectively a way to convert what is as gentlemen previously discussed about how much swine slurry is a big problem as an output. That's something that we can convert and upcycle to produce high quality fertilizer, recover all the nutrients in there, plus energy from an anaerobic digestion process. So we are making and converting what is effectively a liability into a much higher quality fertilizer with higher bioavailability, and also a high quality gas, which is methane, coming out from it as well. So that should give you an idea of some of these questions. And these are just placeholders, just to give you an idea of what we do and what we can achieve. Our website is under construction, or rather renovation, let's say, refurb. But please feel free to contact me at the email provided, and we can discuss further. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Desai. Indeed, your presentation had a very fruitful information. Before going for the summing up and handing over to Mr. Subhash Bhattacharjee, is a co-chairman, ICC Agriculture, Horticulture and Food Processing Committee. We have a small question from one of our delegate who has been joining us since the beginning. The question is basically for, according to him, uses of antibiotics greatly impact the growth rate of livestock, but if excessively done, the meat is harmful for humans to consume such meat. If any of you can shed some light on this.
Yeah, Prajal, if permitted, see, I just saw the question, Nijuli, I think, from Nagaland, isn't it?
Yes, this is for Nagaland.
So my take on that would be that antibiotics are never used as growth promoters, right? Especially in pigs, they should never be, because the practice of using them as growth promoters is really not acceptable. And the thing is that, so there's no such extent to which they should be, so they should only be used when there are infections, and that too very judiciously. And secondly, he had asked about steroids. So I don't think that here that's much of a problem, because in Northeast you hardly have steroids being given to animals, right? And as far as I know, there's no such method to detect whether the animal has been fed with steroids or not. And I don't think that it's practiced at all, it's to the best of my knowledge. And I think Marcus has something to tell.
Right. Thank you so much. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to add to that as Nick said, we banned the use of antibiotics as growth promoters in the UK, but in the last few years, in response to concerns about antimicrobial resistance and antibiotic use in livestock, we introduced a national scheme for our pig industry. All the farmers have to use an electronic medicine book to record all of the treatments that they give, and then every quarter, any antibiotic treatments that they've used all have to be submitted to a database so that we can monitor farms that are using antibiotics. And if we identify farms with high usage, then we can single them out for special measures to try and ensure that they reduce. And overall, we're seeing a considerable reduction in the use of antibiotics, not as growth promoters, but simply for disease treatment right across the industry over the last couple of years. And I'm sure that these kind of new data technologies can also be applied in India.
Noted, sir. Thank you so much for all the information which you have shared. Now, I would request Mr. Subhash Bhattacharjee. He's the co-chairperson of ICC Agriculture, Horticulture and Food Processing Committee from the Northeast region. I would request Mr. Subhash Bhattacharjee ji to kindly summing up and extend your word of thanks.
Thank you, Pranjal. A very good evening from Guwahati, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Northeast. Hence, today we had a esteemed panelist and galaxy of speakers on different front of livestock, agriculture and poultry lines. We had companies who are working on that. We have very galaxy of dignitaries who have tried to focus more on these aspects and how best they can come forward and help us. So keeping all this in mind, as all basically is dependent on the products and services of livestock since the agriculture has come in practice. And even the most post-industries societies, they also remain critically reliant on animals and foods and nutrition security. And the sector in a very big way. Because Northeast has a huge demand for all these three aspects we are talking about: livestock, agriculture, and poultry. The market is well placed, and a lot of imports are happening, but entrepreneurship has not come on that front. Many of the dignitaries have spoken specifically from the state organizations. They have tried to highlight the requirement of slaughterhouses, abattoirs, and all that. The livestock are especially vital to the economics of developing countries, where food industry is it's basically a concern for everybody to take forward. In the Northeast, if we see though agriculture is the prime source of livelihood for a majority of rural population, but dependence on the livestock as an alternative source of income is very significant. If you go to the hill states, even part of our plain land of Assam and the Tripura, you will find this animal population livelihood has become a part of our system. Responding to the bargaining demand of our livestock products, what we can see in the market, a sustainable manner is a big challenge in the Northeast. The reason behind why it is so, the widening gap between the demand and supply of livestock products can be met through bringing out the changes in the production and try to structure them with the international trade and technologies, innovative ideas and all that. As we discussed in the course of discussion, we have understood that land holdings are very small in the region. Consequently, the capacity of smallholders to exploit their fractured endowments to generate further income is also very restricted and limited. So there comes the approach where our principal secretary from Meghalaya was trying to speak about bringing a mission mode things, where the government support should also come so that the region can really develop in a very strong way. He has highlighted 2-3 missions like Lakadang mission, Jackfruit mission and all that. Similar to that, we should also try to have some mission by virtue of it, this particular issue or the problems of endowments of generating income, restricted income, can be enlarged in a very bigger way. So with these ideas in mind, what we can think of is that livestock and other sectors, whatever we told about fisheries and poultry, they not only help on food supply and family nutrition, they also gives a family income. Then comes the asset savings for the small holder farmers. The productivity of the soil that obviously increases. The organic system was also referred in some discussions. So organic part also comes through through their this thing excretion and all that. Thereby the livelihood progresses, and the agriculture traction, diversification, sustainable agriculture production, which we normally say every now and then, that can really have a very good breakthrough. The family and community employment for ritual purpose, social status, everything grows with this sort of income generation. And sir, madam and sirs who are all present till now, this year, this government of India has shown in its budget a commitment to the growth of this poultry and livestock sector in a very, very big way. Not only by special funding. In the very beginning, when our Joint Secretary, Madam Pao was talking, she has very clearly spelled out few of the schemes which has come out. So not only the special funds and financial assistance, it also provides thrust on infrastructure development for the region, and with special schemes to boost the industry, which basically plays a critical role in our economy. Economy of Northeast is not like pan-India or otherwise, We are having surplus in some cases and not among everybody. So that situation is a very big support, and all of us know, I mean, this is not to be spoken over here, but then the budget has got an approximate 44% increase, what I could see, the 21-22 and 22-23. Limiting to around 6,407 crore budget for fishery, animal husbandry, and dairy sector. If we see the economic survey, just to pen down before we make the summing up and this thing, the economic survey of 21-22 tabled in Parliament, where we can see that the compounded annual, I mean CAGR of livestock sector is around 8.15%, and the GVM, the gross value added on agriculture allied sector, I think Mahesh ji was talking in the very initial time, is around 20% plus. So here it is grown from 24.32 to around 29.3% in last 5 years. And there the factor of livestock has come to the extent of around 4.4%. Moreover, if we see, I was just yesterday when this daunting charge of summing up and what of things, daunting charge basically for the summing up when the galaxy of speakers with high profiles and personalities are there. I was just wondering how do we show. I just seeing some of the stats figures and all that. I was wondering, the FAO stat gives few articles like India is the third in egg production, India is sixth in meat production in the world. Production has increased from around 78.48 billion in 14-15 to around 2020-21, around 122 billions. Similarly, meat production, we could see the increase from around 6.6 million to 8.8 million tons in last 5 years. The per capita egg utilization, of course, our Dr. Dole has told about 78, but provisional figure I was remembering around 90. So 50% of the annual requirement we speak about 180 eggs or so, around 90-91 eggs. They say, of course, the figure is provisional for 2021. So all this gives us the feeling that yes, things are improving, and that shadow has to come in the way our government is thinking of vision act is, Earlier it was the look northeast. We have come out of the situation. Now we have to go for the active situation. So these improvements are something which really we feel that with today's meeting, ICC's involvement, this meeting, whatever has been generated, where we have got enrollment has come forward, US has come forward, Canada has come forward, UK has come forward, Australia has come forward. They have started to share their knowledge and how best they can handhold our entrepreneurs to see that this line of activity, which has huge market demand, can be resolved. So that way, this particular livestock sector, all of us know, of course, it's a well-known fact. Importance of livestock is very, very, very much well-known. It only needs an integral approach to take up for all development of this sector in the Northeast. The huge demand prevails. We have seen our Principal Secretary, Sir, Mr. Raju, has very rightly spelled out for the state of Meghalaya itself the demand, how much it is and how there is a huge gap prevails. So is the case in Nagaland. I remember 2 years back or 3 years back before the pandemic, when we were trying to share about this Nagaland issue, that also is a huge demand was there. So if we can take forward all this together, with the knowledge and the possible links forwarded and shared by our United States, British groups, Canada, Australia, and all that, in this platform today, we'll be able to take it in a very big through. Coming to the part of vote of thanks part, I should very sincerely thank Ministry of MSME to associate ICC and take forward this prime issue for the Northeast. In this virtual Northeast India Livestock, Agriculture and Poultry International Summit today we had. There we could, that is the MSME's vision to take for the schemes and all that will be very good advantages for our people in the Northeast. Not only farmers, producers and livestock growers, not even the entrepreneurs to come forward. So keeping that in mind, I feel very happy to convey my sincere thanks to Madam Marcy Pao. Of course, before my retirement, I was in Ministry of Donor. Madam was with the Ministry of Donor. My sincere thanks to you, Madam. You are from Northeast. You understand our problems and issues, and we look forward to your support very much to take forward the entrepreneurs in a big way to fill the gaps wherever we can take it the Northeast in a bigger span. I should really convey my sincere thanks to Madam Melinda Pavik. Madam, I had a discussion with you a few months back when you were in Guwahati in the ICC platform. We discussed many issues. We are thankful to you to give your time and give a mind to take forward the Northeast in a better perspective. You know the situations, and very rightly you have shown your family experience to take forward the business in a very big turn. Our sincere thanks to you, Madam, to take the Philip Fund forward in terms of technology support, tie-ups, and whatever best. So my sincere thanks also goes to Mr. Ron Van Dyck. He is the Agriculture Minister Counselor, Foreign Agriculture Service of U.S. Department of Agriculture, U.S. Embassy, New Delhi. Sir, in this session, you have tried to spell out very clearly how your country can give us the support, and particularly not only in India, for the Northeast, how best you can give the technical tie-up supports and technology support and all that. We are grateful to you, sir, for your coming and giving us the breakthrough. We would like to thank Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner, Calcutta, who has highlighted the possible ventures to take forward the livestock sector in a very bigger way, and gaps available in the Northeast can probably be supported in a sincere way from your end. I also like to thank our officers, Mr. Dr. T.K. Devnath, IAS, Special Secretary, Animal Resource Department of Government of Tripura, Mr. G.H.P. Raju, IPS, Principal Secretary, Animal Husbandry and Veterinary, Government of Meghalaya, and Mr. Hage Tari, IOFS, Secretary, Trade and Commerce of Industries, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. You all have really brought out the reasoning why this sector is maintaining a very big gap in this region. And state-wise, you have tried to highlight, particularly Tripura has tried to sell that Tripura state is in a landlocked situation, and absence of abattoirs and processing facilities for meat, fish, and poultry. It probably is a big impediment when there is a huge demand. And I should really give my sincere thanks to Dr. Raju, who has very clearly spelled out that though we have a basket of opportunities, we are unable to catch, and there is a big gap. And how this is an eye-opener for the entrepreneur fans who are over here, who have visions, and the government has come up with a lot of startup schemes and all that. And new MSME schemes have also come. So we should take forward the ideas and knowledge are available with us. Only thing is that how best we catch it and take it forward. This is the prime situation. And very rightfully, our Principal Secretary from Meghalaya has told that though the state of Meghalaya is far behind in many sectors, but their farmers' income in compared to Haryana and Punjab, he was referring to around 29,000. I mean, it was not in my knowledge too. Really, sir, you feel that, yes, if you can really give them a boost in all sort of technology support and all that, probably they will really make remarkable happenings, and it can really happen in Northeast. The gaps has to be sold or resold. My sincere thanks also goes to Mr. Hage Tari ji, Secretary Industries and Trade from Government of Arunachal Pradesh, who during his speech has tried to spell out the state's happenings like kiwi fruit. Then one entrepreneur, Tage Rita, many of us know from those are from Northeast, how best she has put kiwi wine in a world platform. So like that, he was talking about they have got some GI products. He has also stressed upon the requirement of infrastructure and value addition. for processing for the state of Arunachal Pradesh, and we believe this platform will give a first breakthrough to take it forward in a stronger way. Coming to this, this is on the inaugural session, the galaxy of speakers. Coming to the panel discussions, presentations and discussion side, we had very important speakers like Mr. Mark Rosman, then Mr. Nitin Varmaji and Mr. Kiran Karamel. So thank you for all your supports in the presentation, and you have very clearly deliberated the success stories and the possible technical collaboration you all can give to see that the infrastructure development can happen, not only by making a livelihood possibilities, but you also wanted the cooperative R&D supports and backup can be given to bring it a very stronger way. And Mr. Mark Roxon was very clearly speaking about the supply chain management, how it can be highlighted and take it forward. I believe all these suggestions, whatever you have given, that will take us in a very big way to handhold our entrepreneurs and see the market gap is filled up in the coming days. My sincere thanks are also going to Mr. Prem Kumar Uppalji. Sir, I know you some time back when I was in Delhi. And after that, we had speakers like Dr. N.H. Mohan, my friend, then Dr. Sanjay Kumar Das, Dr. Sunil Dubey, and Dr. Arnab Sem on that particular session. And you all have really tried to spell out your knowledge spectrum on this particular line. The expertise which you have, which can be spelled out to the domain knowledge can be spelled out. The issues of challenge in this sector has been highlighted by many of you, and particularly the need of surveillance, which is a problem for the Northeast, was clearly spelled out, and also told about the certified labs and how best the planning of strategic planning of the vaccination part and all that you should take forward. This was discussed in a very big way. And you all also expressed about the technical and research driven improvement should come in this sector, so that our entrepreneurs or our people who are working or planning to come for associate and taking these business activities in a stronger way in the Northeast can try to be successful. And all the best for all these situations. And I believe this talks has given us a lot of impetus. Last but not the least is the panel discussion we had from Mr. Alfred Wali and Marcus Bates, then Andy Richardson Saab and Mr. Dr. Pratik Desai. Friends, you people, the presentation all of you has given is really something. We say in English, all where that ends well. There you have given the principle of it. And there are a lot of demands I could see in the this chat box that the presentation should be shared, because that covers the entire demography of this knowledge, wisdom you are trying to spell it out in your presentation. Thank you all of you for giving this scenario of pig and pig processing and marketing can change the entire system in the Northeast, because all of us are prone to this pig meat and all that. But the situation is not come to see that it has a very competitive edge. Even today, we are importing a lot of products line. Many of the teenagers who are regular eaters of those product line have to only get the imported products. Probably there is a lot of scope, and the development points have shared by Alfred Averi and Marcus Batres, who has also traveled to our places, and Dr. Desai and Andy Richardson are well taken. And with a few words, I just want to share this sector. I feel this sector can really deliver if the productivity and the income level of the small scale food producers are improved. And how best it has to be improved? It has to be improved to have a sustainable and resilient food system. That has to be promoted. It has to be in tandem, it cannot be separated in a cubicle. So it has to be together taken forward. And the diversity of the genetic resources of the region has to be maintained with the proper functioning of food markets. And the use of antimicrobial is reduced through better access of quality veterinary services and good animal husbandry practices. I believe all of you will agree on these points. And I feel the government has also ensured that the livestock, aquaculture, and poultry sector as a whole get necessary help from ensuring sustainable growth, mainly through proper breeding, as well as post-harvest management, and above all, the marketing. With these few words, I sincerely thank all of you, and I wish this today's discussion has given us a lot of bites to see that we'll take forward this in a bigger way. Last but not the least, my sincere thanks goes to our chairman of ICC Northeast, Mr. Mahesh Saria ji, Nishanta Savapandit ji, Siddharth Rai, Pranjal Barua, Pranjit, and all team of ICC who has put their best to see that this event becomes successful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bhattacharjee. Just before leaving, may I request everyone to switch on their videos once so that we can have a group photograph, please? Yeah, can I request everyone to switch on the video, please, once? Thank you.
Dr. Mohan video.
Dr. Raju, can we have you have your video on so we can capture this moment, have a group photograph?
Yeah, Pranjal, I think you can conclude.
Thank you once again. Indeed, it was a very fruitful discussion and a very meaningful and very informative discussion we had. And we, as I said earlier, uh, not only on WebEx, we were also live on YouTube and other social media platforms, and we have been received a lot of queries regarding for the slides and the presentation. So I would request all our panelists to kindly share your detailed presentation with me so we can share with all our delegates. And thank you so much once again. And I would also like to extend my thanks to Ministry of MSME for giving us this opportunity and to being tied up with us to conduct this very important subject. And I would also like to extend the thanks to our media partners as well as all the delegates for joining us today. And thank you once again and have a very good evening. Thank you once again. Good day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.